slot? I mean, can they hear you? Kevin? If I could have everyone's attention. Oh, that's a little loud. Thank you. Thank you, Jordan. Commissioner Hess is running a few minutes late, so we're going to wait till she gets here to start the meeting. So just let you guys know when she arrives, we will start tonight's meeting. Thank you. All right, let's call this Commissioners' meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All righty, roll call. Misty Hess.
Here.
R.J. Donovan here. Bill Peebles.
Here.
All commissioners are present. I'll entertain a motion for the approval of minutes of August 3rd, 2026.
I'll make the motion.
I have a motion by Mr. Peebles. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Hess. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. All right, moving on to public comments. At this time, you're welcome to come to the podium. You'll get 3 minutes apiece. And we ask you to state your name, whoever would like to come up first.
Push the button.
Hi, my name's Mary Lou Darnell. Can you hear me?
Can you push the button on the front?
This button?
Yep. Yep. There you go.
Mary Lou Darnell, can you hear me? Okay. Hello. I think it's pretty well established that data centers generate a tremendous amount of heat. That's why they require extremely large amounts of water. Even if there is a closed loop system, the ground underneath and around the data center is permanently contaminated. Since a data center's life is 10 to 15 years, that is very sad. But one of the things that concerns me so much is that the rise is already contaminated with all kinds of old equipment, unknown chemicals, and heaven only knows what contaminated materials that the Army buried during and after the manufacture of VX. Can you even imagine what heating up that toxic soup could do? I find it inconceivable that we would even consider it and expect an environmental impact statement would and should require extensive investigation as to what is actually buried all over the rise. The rise is absolutely the last place to put a data center or multiple data centers. Please stop this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Doug Martin, Town Board President of Universal. I just want to say a few words about the data center. I think, first of all, that the county just needs to get the courage to ban them outright. We don't need to kick the can down the road with moratoriums and all that stuff. We just need to ban them. There's two different people in this country. There's the billionaires and there's everyone else, right? And you can't escape the billionaires anymore. Anymore, they come after you. So it's like we are vulnerable and there's not a lot we could do. They write their own rules. They have people do all their fake science. They, manipulate the media and whatever. So I think people are upset. This is not just about data centers. This is about a lot of different things. $25,000 a month this one gentleman is getting. A lot of people here don't make that a year, right? So you got to fight for your health insurance. You got to fight when you go to the gas pump. You got to pay the electrical bills. They're already way too high in this state. That's what people are upset about. We don't need anybody coming in here and just making things worse than what they are. So my thing is you just need to ban them all out and get it over with, get the courage, and be on the great side of history. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug.
I'm Jim Brown from Eugene, and I got a few things that I wanted to say here. For one thing, once again, the definition of due diligence is the care that a reasonable person exercises to avoid harm to other persons or their property. So are you, commissioners, are you doing your due diligence for us the people that live around here? Well, I won't wait for all the answer. Okay, we're all concerned about electricity rates, noise pollution, light pollution, water. Has the Indiana Division of Water been contacted about monitoring and analyzing pumping tests and effects of high-capacity wells on local domestic wells? Will the data center produce all of its own electricity so as not to place more strain on the existing grid or cause domestic rates to rise? Now, there is a decibel restriction mentioned in the joke of an ordinance proposed by the RISE board. Now, what about emergency generators? Will they be held to the same standards, or will the standards go out the window when, oh, well, we got to do this because we need more power, or whatever? Is there any point, is there at this point in time any tax rebate proposed or already agreed to, since we don't get a lot of transparency? If not, where will the taxes generated by the data center go to? The RISE or to Vermillion County? Have permits been secured or applied for considering the state and federal protections for the Indiana bat, which I printed off a page for each of you to I'll hand out to you. It is it's on the endangered list and federal protection from federal and Indiana. With the RISE being so close to the new Vermillion County Jail, now how long is it going to be if there is a problem with the noise that everybody here is worried about? How long is it going to be for the ACLU or just some jailhouse lawyers involved in a lawsuit over the conditions, because these people can't get up and leave? There's no real protections I can see for a decommission bond in case the data center becomes obsolete and shuts down. I know there's a property over in Illinois where, yeah, it's still sitting there with a big fence around it because nobody can do anything with it because there was never any bonding. Why is there no video at the RISE meetings? I mean, I know, there's no doubt in my mind, because it's real easy to tell people one thing and with half-truths and not get caught because you don't have the video. There is it's very difficult to impeach a county board commissioner. I looked into that. Now, there are a few reasons, and also there is a personal liability for county board members, and the one that I picked up on that really caught my eye, the way this has been going, would be listed under gross negligence, which is ignoring obvious risks or failing to exercise reasonable oversight in decision making. So think about that when you're giving us what you're trying to give us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Ackerman Turner, and I live in Williamsport, Indiana. We are landowners in the northern part of Vermillion County, a small farm. Myself and my two brothers, Bruce and David, grew up here in Newport and then moved to a small family farm approximately 1 mile from the Army ammunition plant on OPD Road when we were very young. My parents, Malcolm and Violet, worked very hard, and they were part of the greatest generation, as many of your family members are. They worked hard to keep this county safe, and they loved where they lived. I distinctly remember as a young child that we had many discussions regarding the VX gas, consequences and its uses, mostly because I would bring it up from what I would hear at school, and I was terrified. I distinctly remember someone coming to our home and instructing my parents on the use of atropine. For those of you who are not familiar with it, atropine is an antidote for VX gas. The antidote was there to prevent you from dying from respiratory distress. It gave us a hope to live if there was a leak. We're very thankful as a community that never happened. That war is over. But we're fighting a new war now. We're a new generation. We have multiple generations. We have multiple generations here in the room. What I want to stress tonight is that there is no antidote for a data center. The changes to our groundwater, our electricity use, air pollution, the use of farm ground, and the health consequences that we really are not even aware of yet. Many times, many of those of us in the room tonight don't have an opportunity to sit on a committee and be voted in as you are. It's something that you should take very seriously. You represent a group of people within Vermillion County and surrounding areas that are worried about their livelihoods and their life on their ground. I implore you to do the right thing, to be the next great generation, to have someone in your future generation be able to look up at you and say, thank you for doing the right thing and not placing a data center in Vermillion County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Sanders. I am from West Lafayette, where I am currently a city councilor. I am also a candidate for state senate here in District 23, which includes all of Vermillion County. And I just want to tell you a quick story, which is for the people here to understand. It is never over. Even when you think that there's a decision made and you haven't had enough input into that decision, it's in fact never over. So in 2023, I learned about the fact that they were planning to transport up to 100 million gallons of water a day from aquifers associated with the Wabash River to the Leap Lebanon project. And when I heard about it, I thought, this is a terrible reason. This is a terrible idea for multiple reasons. But I was told, there's nothing you can do about it. It's a done deal. The pipeline is already being planned. The water is already on its way. I didn't believe that. And so I wound up sponsoring a piece of legislation for the city council where we spoke about our opposition to the transfer of the water. It won 9-0, and then it became the basis for resolutions all over the state, mostly up and down the Wabash, but not only there. Also, there was one in Bloomington, which you know about West Bloomington, but they still passed that resolution in support. And what happened? I then said, I was getting phone calls from people and emails and texts, 5, 6 every day. What can I do? What can I do? So I decided to form an organization called Stop the Water Steal. So I came up with the name. I also came up with the organization. And we, along with our allies, across the political spectrum, left, right, and center, we came together to defend our community and our resources, especially the water. And we succeeded. They decided they weren't going to build the pipeline. They were not going to take the water from these aquifers associated with the Wabash River. I'm urging you today to think about the community's concerns about these data centers. Again, looking around this room, I'm pretty sure that the people against it are united left, right, and center. This is not a political This is not a political partisan issue. This is people who want to defend their communities. And one thing I do want to say, I don't know how many people know, I'm a professor at Purdue University, I'm a scientist, and I'm thinking about what are the long-term issues here. And one of them is that these are likely to become white elephants in relatively short order. The technology is changing so rapidly that the potential benefits in the future from these centers are going to be much more diminished compared to your expectations. And the final thing is, you have to, from the beginning, before you do anything, think about having regulations for decommissioning in place so you're not left with some toxic, ungodly, unsightly building left on this property. You really have to take that, before you do anything, that has to be in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Steve Holmes. I'm a 40-year resident of Vermillion County, and what a wonderful sight this is. Concerned citizens looking out for our health. Fantastic. I love it. I've always been concerned with red flags. When there's a red flag that goes up about something, I pay attention. If 2 or more red flags go up and I have to purchase something for my family or for myself, I don't do it without a lot of investigation. Well, I've got some red flags for you tonight. First, 2 counties in Indiana have banned data centers altogether, banned them. Marshall and Cass County. Number 2, 10 counties have moratoriums in place that stop data centers until written safeguards are in place. And I think this is critical. Number 3, NDAs, non-disclosure agreements. It just so happens that we realize that non-disclosure agreements help the data center people. They don't help the community. Yeah. And that's important. And yes. And thank goodness there's a major corporation, Microsoft, that has stopped using NDAs because they realized it's unfair to people like this. And that's important. The 4th red flag, 14 state governments have banned or paused data centers. These same 14 governors at one time rolled out the red carpet for data centers, and they found out there are major problems, and that's important. There are also over 100 to 200 groups in the United States that are trying to stop data centers because they realize there's a lot of health issues involved here. Now, Aaron Brockovich, and this is important, I think, has now received over 8,000 complaints about data centers that have either been built or are being built in the United States. These concern, of course, water. They concern electric grid systems. They concern rate increases. They concern environmental concerns. They even concern wastewater treatment centers in Cheyenne, Wyoming. They say this is safe. No, it wasn't. That's emitting toxic waste. That's so important. Now, there's also the environmental concerns for human beings, for farm animals, for wild animals, for bees, for butterflies. It's far-reaching. This was mentioned, and this is something that I read quite a bit about. This is very important. It's the decommissioning of a data center. That is extremely important because, as was mentioned, these are going to be obsolete. And the right decommissioning steps have to be taken. And that includes major bond issues and insurance programs that will protect a community. Now, there's something that I think is the red flag, the one that's the neon sign saying, hey, you need to slow down on this. And that is our sister city, Jeffersonville, Indiana, they have a data center. It just so happens that the man that spearheaded that data center, Jerry Gacy, is the same man that's spearheading this one. And so what happened? We asked at a RISE board meeting, and we said, have you been to Jeffersonville? And you know what? The board members seemed to say yes, and everything was fine. No problem here. No, there were problems there, major problems. And I'll tell you what happened. Now, the city council in Jeffersonville has banned data centers through a moratorium for 12 months. And somebody asked, well, what good is 12 months going to be? And they said, well, I'll tell you why, because in those 10 to 12 months, we're going to institute written safeguards that protect our citizens. And what a fantastic idea that is. And how many complaints did they have? Well, let's look at it. There were 8 people on the council. Was the vote 5-3? No. 6-2? No. 7-1? No. 8-0. To ban until they have safeguards in place, any future developments of data centers. And I think this is so important. There are 6 red flags. According to my count, that's enough to really get serious about this thing. And it is time, we have the opportunity now. This is so important. We have the opportunity to institute a moratorium so we can create real safeguards for people. And if you even want to have a data center. But anyway, I appreciate the time. I love to see this large crowd here, and I hope you do what's right for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Hi, I'm Joshua Brandt, and I'm from West Lafayette, and I'm also a candidate for Indiana State Senate District 23. I'm the independent. Now, I only say that because I've been out there talking to people throughout the district, getting to know their concerns, and what I'm consistently hearing from the people is that they're not interested in data centers in their communities. Now, this is bigger than Vermillion. Not to say that Vermillion's not important, but this is why today I officially founded the Indiana Coalition for Community Protection. And our founding cause is to oppose unchecked data center expansion. I've written a policy here, and I've brought with me a paper copy. If you'd like to keep it and take a look at it, I can just set it up here if that's all right. But you'll find that of particular interest, probably, in section 3.8, this policy would strip local governments of any ability to retain and utilize local taxes on data centers and force you to give it back to the people. It would make you to create a proximity dividend. So the closer people live to the data center, the more money you would give them. And that's just amongst many other policies and proposals that hopefully will make data centers less attractive to our governments and hopefully make Indiana less attractive to data center companies. We work for the people, or at least you do, and I'm trying to. And we should remember that.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Tim Shepard. I'm an outsider here. I'm from Lebanon, Indiana, Boone County. And my cousin, Kevin Harry, is a resident in this county. He and I met at a family reunion about a month ago, and he asked me about what we'd experienced, and I wanted to tell you, there seems to be not a lot of redeeming value to data centers. The average employment that is generated from a data center is like they call it a lean on-site team of like a dozen people. So if you're thinking that it's good for the economy to bring people in for employment, it doesn't seem so. I would also tell you that an average data center using 2 to 5 megawatts employs somewhere around 30 workers. And there are 32 billion gallons of water annually used by a data center to cool it. That would take care of 360,000 households. So, you know, it could lead to drought situations. And there, like I said, there's just nothing good about them. We have experienced, you see that little circle up there? There's a water line that has gone in across from our house that is twice the diameter of that. And they are bringing 20 million gallons of water from Eagle Creek daily to take care of this data center through that pipeline. So just think about that. And after the horse was out of the barn, let me go back. The Boone County Area Development they sold acreage to this Meta data center because they bought up a bunch of it for Lilly, and they had more ground than they needed. So they sold it to this Meta data center unbeknownst to the public, because if they had have let us know, we'd be like all of the other communities. We would have fought it. But we had no opportunity. So it was in place before we had an opportunity to even think about it. And since then, the Boone County commissioners have said, we're going to put a ban on it. Well, we'll put a ban on data centers, but it's a little too late. And I can tell you, the construction on Route 32 is about 2.5 miles long and about 1/2 mile wide, and it has changed the whole complexion of the entry to Lebanon. And the poor people that live out there, they think they're living with football stadiums around them. It's lit up like, at night, it's lit up like a football stadium, and the noise level and everything. So I'm telling you, think long and hard before you put a data center in here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. I'm Kim. I live in Vermillion County. I want to thank you all for coming this evening. This fight has brought us all out, and I have met so many of you during this process. The RISE board canceled a meeting, and we showed up anyway. Upon discussion, I started the Facebook group that has grown to over 1,000 people, and we started the online and paper petitions. People throughout the county took it upon themselves to inform the public and get signatures. We had hundreds of signatures when we first gathered them in June, and we didn't include the online petition. Today we have over 2,000 signatures. Now the petition says, I, a citizen of Vermillion County or the surrounding area that may be affected by harmful industrial or tech practices, hereby sign my name to implore our local officials to review the UDO of Vermillion County in regards to land usage to ensure rigorous safeguards are in place to protect citizens against energy exploitation and unsustainable water consumption and pollution, including light and noise, by any AI or other data center, crypto mining farm, or industrial entities. And I appreciate all of you that have gathered those and that signed. So many of you have put a lot of work and research into this, and I won't name names because I would hate to leave anyone out, but let's give a hand to us. And here's the petition that we've gathered, 2,091 names, I know. And I know the first round we handed in, so we may technically have more, but some of that might have been duplicate. So, you know, that's just what I'm handing you right now is the 2,091. Thank you.
Thank you.
I voted for you, RJ, and I'd vote for you again if you ban this.
I appreciate your vote in the past, thank you.
Yeah. Well, you went to school with my kids, and what I worried about, I got a cousin, Tim and I do, she got a ranch out west, and I've heard for the past 2 years, some of the ranches have had bad, dead baby calves and horses with clubfoot. And it's caused the poison of the aquifer. And what's that gonna do to my granddaughters and grandsons when they get married? If baby cows are born dead and baby horses are born clubfoot, there could be possible miscarriages. Yeah.
What's your name, sir?
Kevin Harry.
Could you say it into the microphone?
My name is Kevin Harry.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I was born a country boy, and I want to live a country boy, and I pray to God I'll live to be 90 years old. But I want to pass away a country boy. I really enjoy the country. And the good people of Vermillion County, I would appreciate it if you take what they say in, okay?
Absolutely, thank you, Kevin.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, Misty, RJ. My name is Shirley Downs. There has been a lot of distrust and misplacement recently, well, over the last 4 months. I'd like to read a definition, and this is why a lot of us are really upset. A lie of omission. A lie of omission is a form of deception where someone deliberately withholds crucial information to mislead others, even if every spoken word is technically true. By leaving out key facts, the speaker allows the listener to form a false conclusion. Why would people omit the truth? Fear of conflict, avoiding hard talks, anger or punishment, shame and guilt, hiding past mistakes or embarrassing facts, control, keeping power by managing what others know, self-protection, guarding one's image, avoiding accountability. What does it do? Impact on relationships? It breaks trust, destroys safety when the truth finally comes out. It causes doubt, makes people question their own judgment and their future facts. It sparks anxiety, creates emotional distance and constant worry. What are these common examples? Relationships, hiding text messages, past debts, or time spent with exes. In business, selling a car or a home without telling the buyer about major structure damage or mechanical damage. At work, leaving out a known project risk during a status update to avoid blame. There have been so many things that we would have liked to know. I know the DNAs have caused a lot of issues. And the not knowing and not being able to have open doors and consistent conversation has caused so many of us anxiety and angst that we shouldn't, well, I feel we shouldn't have had. In this proposal, there were some things I was really concerned about. The first page, paragraph 8, it talks about how the Water Reuse Authority operated the water utility serving Vermillion Rise Megapart since December 4th, 1498. It reflects a registered withdrawal capacity of 30,260 gallons per minute. My question is, was that all along with Lily's and the water, groundwater from the Cayuga that actually goes over to Georgetown now? Did that include the paper mill? Did that include the new jail line, the water reuse is there? There's a Tenaska company coming up. How much water are they going to require? Duke Energy, the new Duke Energy plant is also, from what I understand, they're putting wells in for themselves. More wells. On page 7, paragraph 8. Let me get there real quick. Whoops, I must have had the wrong page. Oh, 6. Here's 7. Number 8, their water supply agreement. It says each data center project within the data center overlay shall be supplied underwritten water supply agreement between the applicant and the reuse authority, which agreement shall include at a minimum indemnification of the reuse authority for claims or any successor statute providing a remedy to owners of small capacity wells. My question on that is, if whatever they're doing in the Rise, and they know that they have a data center that is possibly, or whatever, not just data centers, whatever they put in there, and they know that there's a possibility that we on the outside, I know you all, I've told you so many times, we live, just our properties join the Rise, but if they know that there's a possibility that that's going to damage wells or compromise the wells, why should we be so excited about something going data center or anything else? This is something that so many of us worry about. A lot of people in town, they're on city water. We live in the country. We depend on our wells. Ours is 28 feet. I heard it was like 75 feet, had to go 75 feet deep. So our water supply is so intense and so important to us. The last page is also on page 8. Sorry, it wasn't on the last day. It was at the top. I don't know a lot, and I'm not a lawyer, but it talks about the VRMP design technical standards. Now, it says upon adoption by the Reuse Authority and publication of its website of a documented title, the VRMP Design Technical Standards or successor title, each applicant under subjection will file after the effective date of that document, and any document thereto shall comply with these design technical standards. So if they're not adopted yet, does that mean that they do not exist at this time? And if they don't, that very last sentence, the very last sentence in that paragraph, it says, until the Reuse Authority has adopted the VRMP design technical standards, this objection does not impose any compliance requirements. So my question is, if there's supposed to be some sort of a requirement, I don't know if it's a safety requirement for people in or without, but if it doesn't comply, if they don't have it, then hopefully they do plan on having it and not just not planning to adopt. So I thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Shirley.
Hi, my name's Susie Lynn. I'm an outsider too. I'm from Park County. But what brings me here is my son just bought an old farmstead. It's been in the same family for 150 years. He just bought it last November. And it's just south of 36. When he was buying this property, well, first of all, he bought it because it was so quiet in that area. And yes, I'm against data centers, but what I'm for is openness of all the dealing with the data center and the RISE board. Because I just found out something tonight. The real estate agent that sold my son this house, that closed last November, he had to go to another meeting to sell property off of Highway 71, and he told my son, this is a $2 million deal. Well, and my son says, you know, he's like, what's going to go in there? And he says, oh, this is prime farmland. You know, this is the best farmland in the county. And because my son was concerned about solar panels. And, well, I just found out tonight, this real estate agent that sold my son this house also sold this property, is a member, or was a member, of the Vermillion RISE board. So how can a RISE board member negotiate to buy property with a real estate, and he's a real estate agent. He's making money off the deal too, off of $2 million. So, you know, there might be a place for data centers, but I know you gotta do the safeguards, but everything's gotta be out on the table. No. So I think this real estate agent needs to be looked into.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Shannon Marshall, and I have lived in Vermillion County for 30 years of my life. And I just want to ask, do you guys know what the Hadron Collider is? It makes antimatter that we don't know how to contain. I see AI data centers as a very similar situation. And I don't think people get rich by rubbing elbows with good people. They rub elbows with evil. So I am very upset right now that the home that I grew up in is about to be drained of all of its resources, and people who are already in rural, impoverished communities are going to be forced out by the hands of people who just want to line their pockets. I don't see any good, positive outcome for AI. I don't think we have a use for it. I don't think AI should exist. I think people should use their brains and have community. And I am very upset by the fact that we're even conceptualizing that there could be an AI data center here. And I've been behind the Wabash River. I've been on a boat right behind the paper mill, and for about 5 or 6 miles, it's nothing but dirty water and dead fish. Do you think that's going to improve with this AI data center? You guys asked for transparency from us. That's what AI is for, right? To survey us, to surveil us, to keep track of everybody all the time. But you guys get to hide behind your NDAs, and you get to hide behind your boards, and you get to hide behind all of this paperwork and these shell companies, and it's not fair, and it's not right. And you might get rich land in your pockets, but emotionally and morally, you're bankrupt.
Stephanie, if you don't mind, real quick, just to clarify a couple things, no commissioners sitting up here on the Board of Commissioners have signed any NDA of any kind, and no commissioner sitting up here has lined anybody's pockets either. So when people make those accusations, please provide some, information to back that up, because we are public servants at the end of the day, but there is a lot of things when you accuse somebody of that is not the right thing to do. Stephanie, go ahead.
Stephanie Simpson, and I live here in Newport. I'm a Vermillion County taxpayer. First thing I want to address is on Thursday, a RISE board member came to the courthouse and asked several people if they wanted to take a picture with a $1.5 million check. And then I was walking back into my office and he asked me if I had anything I wanted to talk to him about. And I said, no. I will not get into the details of the short conversation because I would not address the emails. I am the one that got Jerry Yacy's contract. I am the one that asked for the FOIA. I have another request in. I refused to answer any questions, and I told him I would do it in a meeting, and that made him very agitated, and I would like to ask for you guys to remove him from the RISE board, and that is Joe Ellis. The next thing I want to address is, somebody asked me to bring this up, why is the RISE board meetings and the economic development meetings not recorded? Because I have here the minutes from the RISE board meeting, and they're very vague. And so then the next thing I want to say is, have you read and the resolution that's presented? Have you guys read the ordinance and resolution?
Yes.
And how does that protect us? What are the protections for these citizens out here?
I will say my personal view, Stephanie, on it is that ordinance is, I wouldn't even say it's a starting point for me, right? I think the county,
Thank you, RJ.
I think the county.
Thank you.
I think the county has a strong area planning commission board, and I think that's where that needs to start with the protections. On your other comment about Mr. Ellis, I think that's a conversation the Board of Commissioners need to have with him as a board member. I mean, we weren't here when that happened, but I have heard, you're not the first one to tell me this situation happened last Thursday, and I apologize that happened to you.
Thank you. So that brings me to my request from the RISE board. Well, first let's go to their meetings. So I've read through this, and I have made a ton of notes. But the one that really sticks out is in July 2025, since I've been going to the RISE board meetings, we were told there is nothing on the table, nothing. Since July 2025, there were 8 inquiries. So they blatantly lied to everyone's face that's been going to those meetings. So in this ordinance, it states, the commissioners believe that this is in the best interest of the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of the county and the efficient management of land uses within the county to facilitate this change to the UDO. This right here, this protects the RISE, and it protects data centers. There is no protection for anybody that lives near this. So, Jerry Ace's contract, let's discuss that. We are paying him $25,000 a month. In the contract, it spells out
Callow LLC, we have been told there is no data center talks. So I would like to know, when did you guys see the contract of Jerry AC?
When you whoever posted it on Facebook.
Yeah, that was the first time that I became aware, and I would say
RJ,
that
I know you've asked for it.
I,
And you know what the problem is? Those RISE board are supposed to answer to you commissioners. Answer to you. I had to put in a FOIA request. None of you guys had even seen the contract.
yeah, I will say, I would say a week to 10 days prior to citizens sending it to me, which was, as Bill stated, put on social media. I had asked the RISE board president at the time for a copy of that to all commissioners, and that was never received. So you are correct in that.
I am going to ask for that you guys replace the RISE board immediately. And so I am going to read you the emails that I've had with the RISE board and Barnes and Thornburg, who prepared this document that looks like it was prepared by a data center. So I asked for a few things. Here's where it starts. Richard Hall from Barnes and Thornburg, please see the attached response to your public records request. That letter was out on a table if anybody wants to read it. So I got told no on some stuff, but I did get his contract. So here's what I asked when I got it. And I'm going to give you guys all a copy of this. Dear Mr. Hall, good afternoon. I reviewed the attached public record response, but I do not see the original contract that should have been dated in November 2025. Please advise on how to proceed. Do I need to submit another formal request, or can you provide that information on why the contract was not included? The response, Ms. Simpson, the consulting services agreement dated November 2025 in the first paragraph. This is the agreement that is referenced in the amendment. These are the only two documents. Please let me know if you have any further questions. Of course I did. I said, it was not signed until April 2026, ? This doesn't make sense. I said, I was requesting all contracts signed with Jerry AC. There should be one that was signed in November 2025. The response, and this went to all RISE board members and two other people that work out there, but those two other people were taken off of but this is a reply all. Hi, Rick. This is from Willie Wires. To clarify the situation regarding Mrs. Simpson's request, we initially had drafted Jerry Acey's contract in May, but it was not voted on or officially signed until November. During the interim period, he was working without a contract on a handshake agreement while we negotiated the specific terms. You may already be aware of this background, but that is the reason why this document was not signed until November. Now, these dates didn't make sense to me, so I had another request. Please clarify. Are you saying he was working on a handshake deal from November 25 until April 9th, 2026? I see no contract signed November 2025. Are you saying he was working on a handshake deal? Because I wouldn't get an answer. Or May 2025 to November 2025 on a handshake. Those dates just didn't add up. I said there should be a contract signed in November 2025, and I don't see that request. Do you think I got a response to that? I didn't. You know why? Because anybody that works in county government knows you cannot pay somebody $150,000 on a handshake deal with nothing in writing. With nothing in writing. A handshake deal. This is how Vermillion County wants to look. I appreciate you, RJ. You are the only one that has spoke to me, the only one that has given me answers, and the only one that says that is this, as it's written tonight, should not be voted on. Now, either you care about the citizens or somebody is profiting from this, because nobody is that upset about this deal. When you have all these constituents here, there is money involved. And that is all I'm going to say to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie.
It's okay. Hi, good evening. My name's Brandy Vandiver. I actually live in Rockville, but I am running as a Democratic candidate for House District 42, which encompasses all of Vermillion County and five counties total. I'm not going to get up and talk about facts because I can tell you the people in this room know them better than I. I am trying to learn them, but I have learned a ton from them. But I do want to share, I have gone to a lot of meetings, a lot of fairs, been invited to a lot of things and talking to a lot of people, and I would agree with Mr. Sanders. This is probably the most unifying issue across all 5 counties. I've not been one single place that I haven't been asked about data centers and how you're going to protect people. And the underlying theme is people are not asking for much. They're asking to know what's going on in their community. They're asking to be involved. They're asking their elected officials to protect the health of themselves, their families, their communities, and to protect their land. It's not a big ask, it's really not, but they do feel like they're not, it's hard to be a part of the process when you don't know what's going on, and it really is unfair to people to not be able to participate in the process, because that's it's supposed to be why it's great to be living here. So I did want to share that. And the other thing I wanted to actually talk about was what Kevin, I believe was his name, that talked about the water and the health. Like I said, this is not my area of expertise. I'm learning from all of you. But I am a neonatal nurse practitioner, so I do know maternal and infant health very, very well. Indiana is the worst state for environment, and it is also the top 5 states for maternal deaths. And we actually live in a maternal desert. So when you talk about companies that can come in and potentially change our water and our environment, it absolutely is going to have an impact on our current citizens and the future as well, because we do know that the environment can impact preterm birth, maternal deaths, and also lifelong complications of those women who are pregnant, and then the lifelong complications if babies are born preterm, or if they are also born with any type of birth defects that can also be confounded by the environmental factors. So my ask would be that you have a room full of people who would like to be involved in the process. They're asking for transparency and for you to protect their health and their communities, and to make sure that those protections are in place before anything would move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Mike Askren. Lived here most of my life. Mrs. Darnell, Mary Kay mentioned earlier about the VX contamination out there. We all know that ground has had a rough time. What a lot of people don't know, and a lot of people do know, and I've been all over that plant, I mean every inch of it. They made heavy water out there on the west side, where you're planning on putting this data center that everybody's lying about, not building it. Last time I was out there where that heavy water was made, there was a huge pond out there. It was full of black muck that had the consistency of chocolate jello.
I don't know what's out there now, but I'm telling you, this is a horrible idea. Something else, I'm gonna change gears on you real quick. These RISE board members, come on you guys, that place is perfect for an industrial park. They've literally, I'm gonna be delicate here, they've sat on their hands for over 2 decades. There's blacktop roads going through that place everywhere. There's hundreds of buildings out there that are in good condition. And there's railroad tracks running all the way through that plant from one end to the other, everywhere. There's no excuse they couldn't have got Eli Lilly to build out there, or Caterpillar, John Deere, somebody that would actually hire people instead of something that's gonna have like a 9 or 10 year lifespan, and then we're gonna have to pay to clean it up because it's gonna be like a windmill. You can't do anything with it. It's absolutely ridiculous. And if those RISE members, like I said, they've been sitting on their hands, that's inexcusable. You could have got just about anybody in here, within a year, they'd have had 2 or 3 large companies out there. Any of us could have done that. It's inexcusable. If you guys are the ones that appointed those RISE board members, you're just as guilty as they are. But they need to be replaced. They need to be replaced. They are just milking the county. We can't afford it.
Mike, thank you for the comments, but a couple corrections I will make. The RISE does not have any rail anymore out there. That was taken out years ago by one of the first appointed boards at the RISE. If you've not traveled out the RISE recently, the roads are in awful shape. They are, I mean, anybody that works out there at Scott Pets can tell you that they are not in good shape. The buildings are the same way. They had to move out of building 7700, and that was probably the last good standing building. But just to clarify a couple of things.
Why did they tear the railroads out?
Mike, I wish I could tell you that that was predated before I was even in elected
Okay.
office. That was
All right.
predated 2016.
All right.
So I don't know why they did. I think they would have kept it. Like you said, it could have been filled much sooner.
This is sickening. I mean, it really is. We're halfway between Interstate 70 and Interstate 74 on a 4-lane highway.
I agree with you.
And we had the infrastructure out there that every other industrial park in the United States would dream for. And our RISE board members sat on their asses for 20 years and didn't do anything about it. Thank you, Stephanie, I'm sorry.
Stephanie Simpson, I forgot to add one more thing. So, I know that economic development was dissolved when the auditor took office. And then RJL Solutions was appointed to be the economic development for the county. So I do have a question because RJL Solutions signed a contract with the RISE, and they are also the Vermillion County Economic Development Advisors, whatever they're doing for the county. There is a conflict of interest because RJL Solutions, and I didn't bring that paper, they also are a lobbyist for Vantage Data Centers. And I want to point that out to everybody because this is corrupt all the way around.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Jennifer Miles. I wanted to bring up the point that Stephanie's not been the only one that's been mistreated by the RISE board. The community as a whole has been talked down, made to feel less than on social media. They have degraded us, belittled our service members. as their appointed position, they should be held to a moral standard, a professional standard, and they are not upholding that. And as a community, we should have that kind of representation, and they aren't doing it. Something needs to be done about that. That's all I have to say.
Jennifer,
Hey, Jennifer?
so do you have those social media posts that you're referring to? Just because I don't get on social media anymore except for my family, but
It can be arranged.
if you
We
can get me copies
that.
of them, that would be great.
Okay.
My name is Ine Mahan, and I'm a Vermillion County resident. I am also a veteran. I have seen the social media post by one of the RISE board members. And on this issue, I will be the tip of the spear on this. You will now not downgrade a veteran on my watch. And this is exactly what has happened. This is the low tactics your people are putting in place on these veterans. Mr. Peebles, Commissioner Peebles, you are a veteran as yourself, so I should hope that you hold his feet to the fire and axe his ass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amy Griffin. I've been a lifelong resident of Vermillion County. My husband and I raised our family here, and I am a property owner in Newport and Dana, Indiana. Our home and beautiful land are within 5 miles of Vermillion Rise. The definition of transparency reads as follows: the quality of allowing light to pass through so that the objects behind can be distinctly seen. The quality of being open to public scrutiny. Being clear, open, and honest. Now's your chance to be clear on your intentions. In my opinion, this subject is black or white. Either you are against data centers or you are for them. Where do the three of you stand? Not answering is a very clear answer to the people in front of you.
Amy, as I've previously stated multiple times at meetings and even in my public listening sessions, asking me to say, are you for or against something is like asking somebody, are you for or against housing development or industrial development? But what I have continuously said to the residents and the constituents of this county is that we need protections in place, and that's what we should have. We should have an amendment to the UDO, a data center ordinance in place, just like we do for anything, and I've said that multiple times.
I'll just agree to disagree.
That's what makes this country great, Amy. We can agree to disagree.
So, how many months prior to the December 1st, 2025 resolution, 2025-11, have the three of you known or have been planning for a data center?
I would almost speak for the entire board here, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Bill or Misty. Before that resolution was passed and signed by Commissioner Peebles and myself, there's been no talks of any data center in Vermillion County. That was a document that was sent down by the state energy office to counties across the state of Indiana that said, hey, if you have a place in your county and if you're open to data center development, industrial development, here's a draft ordinance, write it how you'd like. The commissioners then wrote that to say, hey, we believe the RISE is the best place for not only data centers, because the whole ordinance or resolution you're stating, it states more than just data centers, it says industrial development. And I still believe the RISE is the best location for any development like that. Now, does that mean you write a blank check and don't have guardrails in place for water usage, for power, for noise mitigation, light mitigation. No, you have to have those things in place. But to answer your question, and the commissioners can correct me, we have had no knowledge of any data center in this county that's approached us or told us in that time or even before that resolution.
And quite frankly, I'll just add to that, is the reason the resolution was put in place was to protect the people of Vermillion County. That's what we thought we were doing. So just know that that is true, that's why we did that.
Pursuant to the Vermillion Rise meeting minutes from June 24th, 2025, RJ and Bill, you both attended this meeting, and data centers were discussed as being ongoing. In the resolution that I'm discussing, in paragraph 3, it says Vermillion County will continue to follow transparent, lawful, and responsible permitting procedures. The county may streamline processes for projects located within Vermillion Rise, while ensuring that all applicable environmental, land use, and public interest standards are maintained. Which led me to go see what public interest standards says. In Indiana, a public interest standard refers to a legal or regulatory guideline requiring state agencies, courts, and boards to base their decisions on health, safety, welfare, and overall benefit of the general public rather than private or special interests. Do you plan on honoring the resolution that you signed on December 1st, 2025, and voting no to the proposed ordinance?
Amy, as I previously stated earlier, I have no intent of supporting that document as written.
Thank you.
In my opinion, the document is phased to go to area planning, where they've asked us to send it. Area planning is not going to adopt that document as written. If we vote on it, it bypasses area planning. If we send it to area planning, they have to develop the ordinances to support regulations. That's my take on it.
Yes, John,
Okay,
put your speaker on.
I was going to talk about this later in the meeting, but the statute we're looking at is 36-7-4-607, and that discusses how to change a zoning ordinance. So when the proposal to change a zoning ordinance originates with the county commissioners, they are not allowed to take any final action. They cannot enact any ordinance into law tonight, even if all three of them jump up and down and say, yes, it legally cannot happen. They're required by law to send the ordinance to the Area Plan Commission. Then the Area Plan Commission has to, within 60 days, hold a public meeting, and then within 60 days of holding the public meeting, get it back to the county commissioners with their recommendations. So the question, and again, I don't even know if it's a question, and like I said, I'm still making some notes, but I often get yelled at when I point out there's no right to speak at a public meeting. It's just done as a matter of courtesy. Every public meeting, they let the public come up and say what they think because it's America and that's a common courtesy. And likewise, there's not a right to be on the agenda. They could look at an agenda item and say, we don't want that on our agenda. They just don't do that because it's a common courtesy. We let people ask to get on the agenda. They get on the agenda. They talk about what they want to talk about in front of the commissioners. Well, my understanding is that the thing that they're looking at tonight was put on the agenda the Wednesday before our regular Monday meeting. I don't think anybody showed up to discuss it or say anything about it. It appears to request that they go through the initiation process of sending that document to the Area Plan Commission and invoking that timeline. And I think that's the real legal question. I was going to have Brad talk later on it. I guess if you want to help me answer the question now, I think the question's kind of, should they initiate that proposal, which puts them on that tight timeline that they have to have a recommendation to us really no later than early December, Or is this something that should just be, because the area plan's the body that's supposed to advise us anyway. Brad, did you want to add to my answer any? Okay.
That's all right. Stephanie Simpson was able to obtain a copy of the consulting services agreements, 2 separate documents, by the Vermillion Rise president on 4/9/2026. They're dated 4/9/2026 and 5/10/2026 with respect to the executive director, Jerry Acey. Do you believe the Vermillion Rise Board, that is appointed by the commissioners, is operating legally as a governing body?
You definitely have mentioned some concerns tonight that I wasn't necessarily aware of, and I will look into it.
I would echo what Bill said. I think tonight, Stephanie brought up some very valid points, and I think as commissioners, not even just Stephanie tonight, you brought up some things about a certain board member that has done some things that are unbecoming of a board member, and we'd encourage you to get that information to the commissioners when that happens. When you come to a meeting tonight, and I won't say blindside us, but give that information to us tonight. I think all 3 of us are going to do our best to check out, have John Spur look at things, and make sure everybody's doing the right thing. And as stated earlier, a moral compass or a moral code. I do think board members are held to a little bit higher of a code, and I think that goes for all county boards. Our Parks Department, Redevelopment Commission, everything. I think we expect them to hold a higher standard. So.
Yeah, I would reiterate that. I mean, we put the resolution in place. I had spoke earlier. The resolution was put into place. The board members on the RISE board were replaced back in January, I believe, of 2 years ago when I first took office. So we did know that the RISE board members we needed to look at those RISE board members. So we did that. So, obviously there's not a perfect recipe to fix everything all at once, but we're definitely trying to make the best of what we have and the knowledge that we have. So this tonight hearing of the Thursday incident with Stephanie, I had not heard about that until tonight. So to answer that, we put the resolution in place. The current board members that are in place enacted on that resolution. So do I think that they were doing what we asked them to do? Absolutely, I do.
My observation of issues in the contracts, obviously the compensation of $25,000 per month plus expenses. The words prepaid monthly retainers, receiving a 2% closing fee for a particular sale location at the Rise, immediately makes me wonder, is he the executive director? Is he a consultant? Or is he a real estate agent? Jerry Acey was paid over $150,000 in consulting fees prior to having a signed agreement or contract. From November of 2025 to April 9th, 2026. Jerry Acey's extended agreement, so after his initial one expired on April 9th, the agreement was signed on May 10th, but it expired the day before, on May 9th. Again, the words in that contract say payable in advance. I would like to know what government agency is able to pay for services in advance. To my knowledge, the answer is none. Have you read and do you completely understand the proposed ordinance that is in the Vermillion Rise Board put before you today? And you've probably answered this question a few times. So I'll just move on, and I don't expect an answer from you. I have been in the legal field for over 21 years, and I don't feel like I understand the proposed ordinance completely. But the parts I do understand do not fulfill the public interest standards of the people who are in attendance today or the rest of the citizens of Vermillion County. On page 2 of that proposed ordinance, it reads, whereas the commissioners believe that it is in the best interest of the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of the county and the efficient management of land uses within the county to facilitate this change to the UDO. Do any of you hold the expertise to be able to sign this ordinance with confidence that it is in the best interest of the citizens of Vermillion County's health to change this UDO?
Amy, just to preface that with a little bit, the commissioners, unless I'm mistaken, did not write this document whatsoever. So the words that say, the commissioners believe that's inaccurate, or at least if it isn't inaccurate, please correct me. Again, this document, in my opinion, does not need to be heard. It doesn't need to be acted on because it does not represent what I believe needs to happen for Vermillion County. So.
It doesn't represent me either.
I think toilet paper is more valuable than your ordinance. In closing, we are no longer asking you to do the following, but rather we are demanding that you listen to your constituents. We demand that you do not sign the proposed ordinance. We demand that all of the Vermillion Rise Board be replaced. And we demand that you create and sign at least a 2-year moratorium to protect the citizens of Vermillion County. Your vote here this evening has a direct impact on your political careers, as everyone you see here this evening will make sure of it. We, the people, voted you in, and we can vote you out. If you let a rattlesnake loose in your home, it will eventually bite you. Don't let the rattlesnake, the data center, in your home, Vermillion County. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy.
Hi there, I'm Derek Doherty. So as many of these people out here know from Facebook now, and if you don't know, over the last 5-10 years, I've submitted probably up to 50 different ideas for Route at Rise. I did that with the hope that the county would be interested in investment, connect me with investors, people, funders, things like that. Never really got any kind of response whatsoever. So these were job-creating businesses, tourism businesses, industry businesses, and I wasn't even gonna come up here, but then when Mike started talking, I've talked about putting truck parking out there. I've talked about RV parking. I've talked about large equipment parking. There's the bomb-resistant igloos that are great for could be great for storage. All these ideas have been forwarded to you all. And now we're talking about a data center. You had somebody that grew up in this town graduated from North Vermillion that wanted to do stuff in this county. And you're wanting somebody from outside this county that don't know these people. My Head Start teacher is sitting right here. I know these people, and they don't want a data center. They want attractions that bring people off of 70 and 74, and truck parking is an infrastructure need. We should just get rid of this and look at small business investment. The county can find funding and help out that way, and get rid of this major corporation situation. That place was a military base, and so many people served there. And as a veteran, I hope you really understand how many people served there. And to put something out there like that that just desecrates that site for all those people that worked out there is incomprehensible to me. And all I gotta say is, your actions on this situation are gonna determine whether you're reelected or not. And your actions, if you aren't good, if you don't go with the people on this, you may as well not sign up for reelection, because it's done and over. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. How's it going, gentlemen? Hey, and lady. My name is Austin Phelps, lifelong resident, taxpayer, concerned citizen. I just kind of wanted to backtrack a little bit on the railroad thing. Not a big deal. Saying that was taken out before 2016, there's still a good portion in there.
Let me correct, so a lot of places that need the rail out there, the section of the rail that they need has been taken out by a previous board before 2016.
Okay, fair enough. Back to, I think his name was Kevin. He brought up, with data centers and animals and people and, having cattle that are giving birth to dead babies and stuff like that. As many of you know, me and my dad are beekeepers. If this data center, if it kills our bees, who's gonna, help pay for that? Because if you look, that is considered destruction of property. If bees belonging to a neighbor or local beekeeper, killing them intentionally can be treated as a criminal destruction of property or harming livestock. So I feel like if this data center goes in, that is on the RISE board, that is on this data company, that is also on you guys. I would also like to call for the immediate termination or resignation of your RISE board, because they are nothing but trash. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin.
Evening. I'm Bruce Ackerman, and my sister spoke earlier, and I won't do as well as she did. I was born here in 1961, in fact, about a block from where we're sitting. Small bit of trivia that I'm proud of is I actually won a Halloween contest on this stage when I was about 5 years old. So if Michelle Holvey is in the building, she deserves a lot of credit for painting and getting this place looking great. It's wonderful.
So Bruce, I do have a question. What costume were you wearing when you won that?
True story, I was a hobo. And it came down to me and a pretty girl that was a ballerina or something like that. And so in the finals, I thought, I got to do something. So I developed a limp and pulled it off. So a little bit of light before we get to the heavy. I haven't had my share of whoopings as a kid. I don't think there is a whooping that's worse than the one you don't deserve, that somebody else ought to be taken. You guys are getting that tonight. Is by chance of Mr. Joseph Calderon here? He works for Barnes and Thornburg. He's the attorney that wrote this, at least that's what he says. How about Lou Britton? Is Lou Britton here? He's the attorney for the RISE board. In reading this, there's a whole lot more to it than, hey, would you guys do us a favor and send this along to the area plan? We're busy and we'd really appreciate it. This thing is a trap. And I don't want to see you step in it. When I read this, and I'm a full-time prosecutor, so I can't practice law. If I could practice law, believe me, I'd be here in a different outfit. But what someone has done, and I don't even think it's the RISE board. I think it's somebody behind that, and they're not here tonight, which is telling. Okay. The people who really wrote this, who really know about it, who really know what they want to do with it, because the specifics on this is not just a normal ordinance. It's very specific until it doesn't want to be, and then it's very vague. But words mean something, and you've heard this a couple of times tonight. But somebody wrote this for you. They wrote it knowing that it was going to be passed up to you. They didn't want to take what you're taking tonight. That's why they're not here. Okay? So where are they? Who are they? And if you don't know that, I think you deserve to know that. Like, I'm just saying, if I was one of you taking what you're taking tonight, man, I know what my first phone call would be when I left here. Because this is, it's a lot like, it's a lot like giving your friend a present that's all wrapped up and it's a poisonous snake. You know, you think it's a birthday present. You unwrap it, here's Mr. Rattler. I mean, so the paragraph that has been talked about a couple of times, and there's numerous in here, it says, whereas. Now, words mean something, okay? Whereas is used at the beginning of a sentence to mean because it is true that. Okay, so I could say, whereas I'm standing at the podium speaking to the commissioners, that's where I would use the word whereas as a legal term. It is true. Now, don't forget that. It is true. So wherever you see the word whereas, you need to read it as it is true that. So whoever wrote this for you, not for you, knowing you were going to get it, and they didn't call ahead and tell you what you were stepping in. It is true that the commissioners believe that it is in the best interest of the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of the county and the efficient management of land uses within the county to facilitate this change. So whatever you do with this document, other than throwing it in the garbage, all right, you're saying it is true that the commissioner, believes that it is in the best interest of the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens. So it's been a while since I've done any zoning law. But those words come back to be real important later in the zoning process. And I think what you're going to hear, maybe from one of the consultants that are being so nice to you now,
is, RJ, you said this. You said you believe. Why are we having this conversation? You already said this, Bill. Misty, you said, here, let me show you where you signed it. And they'll flip back there, and there your signature will be. Don't fall for it. I suggest that you have the guy who wrote this come to your next commissioner meeting. I'll be happy to attend. And we will either get to the bottom of who wrote it, or you're going to hear these words. I can't tell you that because it's confidential. It's protected by the attorney-client privilege. And it may be. But that tells you what you need to know. That somebody went to this guy, and I honestly don't believe it was the Rise Board, because if you believe that the Rise Board did not have a very specific data center already in mind, then why are they coming up, and how are they coming up with this noise and the height of this and this amount of water? This was written by someone from someplace else, and it was passed up to you. It is true the commissioners believe that it is in the best interest of the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens. So now what do you do with it? Because you opened a package. All right, and you got a snake in your lap. That's what you do. That's why you got a lawyer, and I would talk to him after this. But before I would do anything other than trash it, is I would set this for a hearing at your next commissioner meeting, specifically request the attendance of the person who wrote it, and say, where did you come up with it? Where did you come up with this? And why are you using these words? Why are you saying that I believe it's in the best interest of the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of the county, when he knows, and we know, and you know, there isn't a single expert study in the world that says data centers are in the best interest of the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens. Thank you, and be careful.
Thank you, Bruce.
Hi, my name is Jeff Turner, and you've heard my wife Lisa, and you've heard my brother-in-law Bruce. I'm not going to try to follow up with Bruce very long, though, because he covered a lot. I do want to mention transparency. I know you've heard that over and over at different meetings. But I came across this was forwarded to me, Specific Transaction Award Certificate. Data Center Tax Exempt Agreement, Terra Industry LLC. Company Terra Industry LLC, IEDC Project ID 427314. Effective date, January 1, 2026. So when did all this start? And where did all this start? And who knew what was going on? And who didn't know what was going on? And we didn't know what was going on. So we're back to transparency. This specific transaction award certificate has been issued to, let me get my phone to work here, the Terra Industry LLC. And this is the one that runs from January 1, 2026 and December 31, 2030, $25 million minimum. Tax exemption. And then it goes on to say, if it's all running by 2030, we'll extend it to December 31st of 2050. And that is your Indiana Economic Development Commission that sent that out. So that's all I want to say about that. Bruce mentioned the health, welfare. Several of you did that. And if the health was so fantastic for a data center, we'd be building houses around it. You know, we go there, we're going to be in better health, better welfare. That's not the case. It's just the opposite. So I'm just an ordinary guy, retired now. I do own some real estate in the north part of the county. Just would like to say we want to continue to look for legitimate, environmental safe businesses that will employ people, and we can build and then have, you know, our children going to South Vermillion, North Vermillion, and keep the schools going. The data center is not going to do it. The data center is not going to do it. And all the worries there are legitimate. And you started those worries of the groundwater and all that. You hear about an open loop and a closed loop, and a closed loop is more expensive. But closed loop systems, my understanding, even if you have a closed loop system, they still have to purge them once in a while. So where's that purging going to go? Well, no. But when I glanced through the ordinance, and I'm no attorney, there was a lot of things that bothered me. A lot of it's been mentioned tonight. I mean, I don't know what size Terra was thinking about building, but somebody knew, because the certificates for $25 million of tax exempt. So somebody has documentation somewhere on what the plans were. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Hi, my name is Pam Vaughn, and I'm from Perrysville, Indiana. I moved here from Fort Huachuca, Arizona in 1992. I'm a proud military veteran. I served so that we could have our rights to have our says. And all I have to say is, since this has been going on, I didn't know a lot about all this stuff, but I'm finding out, and I am 100% against the RISE board.
Thank you, Pam.
Hi, it's Kim again. Just real quick, okay, I'm not big on knowing how all government works and everything, and I'm sure not everybody here does. So can you tell me what all boards Joe Ellis sits on? I know he's on the Area Planning Commission. Am I right that he's also on the BZA as well?
I think he's the go-between between those two, with the liaison between those two boards, correct?
I think, so Joe, Mr. Ellis serves on the Reuse Authority at the RISE, serves on the Area Plan Commission, and Penny's not here tonight. Right? Well, actually, Brad might know. I think Joe has 2 seats, one on the APC and one on the BZA. Brad, would that be? Yes, so you're correct.
Okay. So are those elected positions, or has he also been appointed to those things?
So all of our boards in the county are appointed boards, whether it's the redevelopment commission, the health board. So all those are appointed. The county council appoints some, the board of commissioners appoints some, and then your largest city will appoint some, so the city of Clinton.
So is there a conflict of interest of him being on all of these different boards? Because you're saying that this ordinance that you're gonna put it towards the APC, well, he's also on that. So.
Sure. I think that's a question for not only our attorney, but the APC attorney to ask that question. But I will also tell you, several years ago, we had multiple people in the county serving on multiple boards. You know, the commissioners themselves serve on, you know, solid waste. We serve on the drainage board. mainly because you just don't have a lot of people interested. But I will tell the public tonight, that when we opened the RISE application process up, we had 17 applications, which is fantastic, because over the last 10 years that I've been involved, you're lucky to get 2. So a lot of times to find a good and willing member of the community to serve, they may have to serve on multiple boards. So, I talked to Mr. Phelps the other night, and I said, if you're interested, go online. We have an appointment place. You can go on there and apply, and we would encourage you to do so. Because a lot of times we just don't have a lot of applicants to choose from.
So as you're looking into some of the things that he has said and done, I would hope that you might think about these other positions that he holds too.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Teresa Langler. I'm a resident of Vermillion County. I've lived here over a couple decades, and I moved here because it was a beautiful place. And I really don't want that to change. A lot of points have been brought up tonight that was on my list to talk about, so I'm just going to brushstroke by them. Would really just like to eliminate the possibility of a data center coming into our county. Maybe that's not possible. I think it should be possible, but if it's not possible, let's at least establish post-haste a 2-year moratorium so we can get our arms around all of this activity that's already happening in our country, that people are crying out about these atrocities that are happening across our country. Erin Brockovich doesn't get involved in subject matter if it isn't a serious problem. She's, I guess, neck deep in this, wading through all the muck right now, but at least we can protect our county and wait till the dust settles to find out just how bad it truly is. And I think once that dust settles, we'll determine that it's not in our best interest, which we probably already know, and really shouldn't go any further. But, the RISE board members have been talked about. I mean, they definitely blatantly lied to our face and basically mocked us at the meetings, which, oh, by the way, the meetings aren't even on the county calendar. Why are the RISE board meetings on the county calendar? Why do we have to wait until a notice is posted at the community center in Cayuga for somebody to potentially swoop by and find out when it is? It's ridiculous in today's day and age. And, oh, by the way, the redevelopment activity isn't on the county calendar either. So that's kind of odd. And the citizens also were fighting the I-74 corridor economic development because we saw stuff like this happening. It makes me wonder if the data centers weren't being talked about way back then when the zoning was expanded from 800 and some odd acres to 11,000 acres to encompass all the way to the Wabash River. Food for thought. But we were told it was nothing to worry about. Didn't listen to the citizens, signed petitions, brought it to them. It was obvious nobody was interested in their nonsense, but they still pushed it through and changed the zoning. Whatever. And then when it comes to if for some reason a data center is considered, these large organizations that have more money than we can even conceive, they look at things as far as like risk mitigation, no different than an auto manufacturer. They look at things like how much is a person's life worth? And they look at, they have such a small monetary figure to that. So if there's fines associated to poisoning our aquifer, if there's fines for, people's health being damaged because of, noise and, reverberating frequencies and all kinds of other stuff, they just write it off because they got the money to pay for it. But really, we all need to be concerned about what's happening here in our beautiful county, and we need to protect it. I think that's, oh, I did have I'm sorry, I did have one more thing. I think it's pretty apparent, but I'm a visual person, so is there anybody in this room that is pro data centers? Who is against data centers? Okay, that's what I thought, but I don't like to assume anything. Thank you.
Teresa, thank you, and a couple things to follow up on for you. You mentioned the redevelopment and the RISE are not on the county calendar.
Yeah.
So the county calendar is managed within the courthouse here, out of the auditor's office. And the redevelopment board and the RISE board are probably one of the only two boards that I know of currently that doesn't have a set meeting schedule for the year. So if they did have a set meeting schedule, we would upload that to the county website for that. So a lot of times these meetings are getting called, as you mentioned, 48-hour notice. I mean, sometimes they'll give you a week's notice, but the county's got to be notified of that to put that on the county website. So those entities don't have access to that. It's very limited within the courthouse on who can get on there and update that.
And then, but we got the text notification that could push notifications to everybody that signed up, and I've gotten maybe 2 notifications since I signed up.
Yeah, and all county agencies are encouraged to use that, right? All of our boards are, the health department, I know APC uses it a little bit. I think the Board of Commissioners have used it. The clerk, Tammy Lowry's used it for voting. But just to let you know, that's not done in any way like that the county's not trying to not put that on there. We just haven't been given those meeting dates to do that.
But can it change to be required?
I think we can, yeah, but I think it goes back to your boards, just like the redevelopment commission as an example. Those 5 board members are all, some work full-time jobs, some work swing shifts, so getting them to, like the commissioners, every December, we set a meeting schedule for the year. You can't get them to, most of the time, set a meeting date for, a month, 2 months out. So yeah,
Right.
we can for sure ask the boards to make sure they send us their meeting dates once they've called them. But with a lot of these board members having different work schedules, I think it's hard for them to call out a year in advance.
What, so it would need to be a year in advance to be on the calendar then?
No,
Oh,
no,
okay.
The board is what I'm saying, the board, so as commissioners in December, we set our meeting schedule for a year in
Gotcha, gotcha.
advance.
Okay.
These boards, they're going meeting by meeting because like Bill may have swing shifts, so he may be able to meet on a Monday, first Monday this month, but then next
Right.
Monday, he can't, right?
Okay.
So, but we can for sure ask those boards to send us those days to put them on there.
But when, it just doesn't seem like there's desire to be real transparent. That kind of comes back into play.
Sure.
So, okay. Thank you, though.
Thank you.
Promise I'll be real quick. Shirley Downs. Mr. Ackerman, I want to thank you for explaining and coming from the perspective that you don't believe that the ordinance was strictly written from people on the RISE board. I know a lot of people may not like me saying that. Because of me, I look for the good in people, and I know that there is good in the people that work there. It sometimes may not be easy to see. I would like to make Mr. Turner, I think your name, he asked about the new tax exempt thing. If y'all remember, it was either in April or May, they did talk about the Terra Hostings. They have a 2-point-something acre lot. But they had, I think at that time, they had like 2 container buildings. They are and I don't know this, so don't take it as gospel, but if they are adding to that 2-point-something acreage, I don't know if that would be what that tax abatement thing would be for. I don't know, but the RISE honestly talked about that Terra Hostings did want to enlarge that little area. Again, this is something that people may not want to hear, but and this is not because that he's a personal friend and my husband has known him before he was ever born, but the RISE board member that is on the APC and on the RISE, if you remember, one of them told us that the APC member did not have access to the ordinance. He did not know what the ordinance said, and he's not been given that information. What I do know is from years of working with the Board of Commissioners before RJ and Bill and Misty were here, the APC has protected Vermillion County residents from so many things. And it goes back years. They've set the setbacks. They have set the boundaries. They've set the noise levels. And just knowing that it's not when the RISE took away their APC member, to me, they took away the voice of the people, because if they were really going to do an ordinance, he would have had the opportunity to say, hey, these are not good setbacks. These are not good things to do. And again, I'm not saying that just because a personal friend. It's because that's what they would have done as an APC member. My last comment, this resolution that they have given, you guys aren't going to give it a number, are you? Do you have to give it a number? Because if it's not written from you guys, it's like, to me, you didn't say any of this. And it's something, again, being forced upon you. So in my mind, whether you give it a number or not, it's not got a number, because I do believe in you. I'm going to continue to believe. No, I'm not. It's okay. Because I believe there is good in everybody. And I have seen each of you at different times. And I know that you care about the people. Do you always agree with this? No. Do we always agree with you? No. But the fact is, I do believe that you want what's best for Vermillion County.
Thank you, Shirley.
Thank you.
Kurt Phelps, Vermillion County taxpayer, a little bit upset, no, a lot upset. Feel like our voices are never being heard. We're requesting right off the bat an immediate resignation or dissolution of the current RISE board. The people that are on there do not represent us. We've also got a member on there that is also a business owner within the RISE. To me, that's a conflict of interest. That can't happen. How did he even get there? Is he just like controlled asset for the board or what? The fact that you guys seem to have a separation between after you put somebody on the board, then you have no control over them. And I think it's a bad idea, very bad idea. You should be able to control those people. You are the main representative for the county and for the people. You guys took an oath of office correct? When you took office, and that means to uphold the Constitution. That means to uphold what's right for the people. I believe that you want to do that, and I believe that it's probably real easy to become disillusioned with certain things, especially when you're taking a butt chewing like tonight. But you guys are in those chairs. You knew it was coming. I just don't understand how it's come after you guys put the board members in place while you have zero control over them, supposedly. I have to call bullshit on that. That's not true. That's not real. If you appoint somebody to a board, you should be able to control if they're doing good or bad. And it shouldn't take 6 months. You got somebody like Joe and the things that he's done in the last week or whatever, boom, that should be instantaneous. Get him off of there. That is not right. I'm reading my notes here, sorry about that. I've got a well at my house that is a hand-dug, roughly 130-year-old well. Probably should be on the historical register or something. Very good water. It's served me for 40 years that I've lived there. I truly think about who dug this well. Have I had to haul water to it? In the last 5 years, a bunch. We've had a lot
of water issues, we've had drought issues. I fear what's gonna happen, I mean, whenever the local farmers turn on their irrigation, it sucks it dry. I have to haul water. I shouldn't have to not be able to get my cut of my water. So that's only gonna get worse, you know. Is the county going to dig me a new well and pay for all costs, you know, to get that well dug? We're talking $10,000+ I think they charge, you know, maybe a little less if the first hole comes up dry, they'll dig another one for you. So there could be some cost incurred there. I worry about that. And I don't want to go on city water because I live in the country and I do things on my own, and I don't want people flipping switches telling me I can or can't poop or get water or whatever. It's bad enough they got power, you know, but Adam Winland, that has got to be, that's a conflict of interest all around. I'm sorry. That needs to be taken care of immediately. I had a gentleman back here wanted me to share some stuff with you. Industrial jobs, we've talked about this before. We need meat and potato jobs. It's been brought up earlier tonight. We need John Deere, we need Caterpillar, we need steel mill, we need whatever. If we're gonna be using water, there needs to be a huge payoff, not just for 1 or 2 or 12 people. It needs to be for the entire community. I've heard excuses from some people. They say, well, Vermillion County's poor and they don't have a lot of education, which is probably why they're trying to take advantage of us, but they're finding out otherwise. We need jobs if we're going to take a risk, okay? It needs to benefit the entire community, and then some. We got I've worked at the paper plant now for almost 32 years. October will be 32. I feel blessed by that. We need more jobs like that. Power plants. Everything's going AI. Everything's going, automatic. They don't want workers. Well, workers complain. Workers have tenure. Workers they bitch about their money. They want more. Well, duh. All the people that own these companies, they're billionaires. They'd bitch about money too if it was gone, you know, and make it like we're somebody different. What's going to happen to the property values in this area? I mean, there's a whole lot of things to be taken into account here. And I'm sure that you guys have in a lot of ways. Okay, I think that's probably about good enough for right now. But I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt.
My name is Vaughn Brock. I'm a lifelong resident of Vermillion County and a taxpayer. And I want to thank each of you folks for allowing us to do this. It's been a long night, long day for you, just like the rest of us. And we do appreciate it. The second thing I want to say is, and I think it's very important, I hope you understand that the bulk of these people have no intention of personal slander or your integrity or anybody else's integrity. Our concerns are simple. We want what's best for our county, our kids, and our families. And I know that you guys, you folks, and all the other members that represent our county feel the same way, or at least I hope so. We've talked at length about the ordinance that you're saying that you're definitely not going to address, or at least pass through. And I appreciate that, because to be straight with you, I've said from the very start, from May, June, July, and I'll say it again, my number one concern is the House bill that's pending that could override anything that any of us can do locally, not just in Vermillion County, but across the state. That is in the back of my mind. But I have to be straight with you. That bill makes this fiasco, this 18-page word salad look promising. I mean, it's unbelievable. I cannot believe that they would even, like I said, inappropriately, it's a boilerplate that it's obvious that the customer presented this. And in the meeting 2 weeks ago at the RISE board, when Penny Carpenter asked them if they wrote it, none of them could answer the question. They had to ask the lawyer, and the lawyer said, our attorneys gave it to you guys. I've learned a lot over the course of this summer, and I got to be honest with you. It reinforces my willingness or understanding to never want to be in politics. I don't envy it. For the money that you're making to do what you're having to do is unbelievable. It is unbelievable. It's too much to ask, to be straight with you. But I got to bring up a couple of things. I'm not an attorney. I'm a finance guy. My degree's in accounting. I've been in procurement for 40 years, okay? My question is this, and you brought it up. It was told at the RISE board meeting that the building was sold in May. They were presented a $1.5 million check in May. It was presented to the county last week. Do you know how much interest $1.5 million earns in a week, a month, 2 months? Where's that money? I'm totally beside myself in understanding how appointed members voluntarily are in charge of such a massive opportunity or so much money. They're in charge of the TIF, right? They get to decide whatever happens with this money. They get to do whatever they want as long as it enhances the RISE. Where in the hell does that come from? I have to ask you, who, and I realize it's fully legal, but I don't understand the logic behind it. Last week, looking in that camera, your guy, the senior member on the zoning board, told Penny when she told him 3 times, let's don't talk about the ordinance. That's not what we're here for tonight. He looked at her and said, this is not my ordinance. I haven't even read the thing. He's the senior member. He's one of 4 votes. He hasn't even read it before he presented it to you. I would bet $1 to a donut none of them read it. They're acting on the advice of one person. That person is the fox running the hen house, guys. All these, how much money he makes and all this, it's unbelievable. I said from the very get-go, from May on, this is a big deal. This is the biggest deal. To be straight with you, a lot of you folks probably don't even remember 1966 when Eli Lilly came to this county. This is the biggest economic opportunity or decision that's going to be made in the last 60 years. 60 years. You have to take it seriously. Get consultation, hire consultants, whatever you need to do. Write an ordinance that works for the county, and if you want a data center and it fits those dibs, then do it. But you need to do it before the House bill gets passed or somebody else comes in, because big money will reign the day. They're going to reign the day, just like they are in Jeffersonville, just like they are in Gary, Indiana, everywhere else. I'm telling you guys, please, please, please listen to us. And thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vaughn.
Hi, my name is L'Oreal Cuffle, and I run a couple groups. If you know, you know. Good evening, everyone. I'm here today because I love Vermillion County. I love the way it's quiet roads, open fields, neighbors who know your name, and air you can actually breathe. Data center might sound like progress and jobs, but let's be honest about it. It really just brings what it brings here. Water and power strain on our rural county that was built for it. Tax breaks for billion-dollar companies while our schools and our roads still need funding. Noise, traffic, and 24/7 industrial lights for now have cornfields and stars. And very few local jobs once the construction is over. We don't need to sell our farmland and our peace to chase and build buildings that mostly runs itself. Vermillion County's strength in our land and our community and our quality of life. Once we pave over that, we don't get it back. So I'm asking you, commissioners, and our neighbors, let's say no to data centers in Vermillion County. Let's invest instead of what you actually last here, our farms, our small businesses, our kids, and the reason most of all choose to live here in the first place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other public comment for the night?
My name is Jason Uplinger. I live, well, about as close as you can get to where I've been told the data center is going to go. I'm on just north of Dana on 200, dead end road. Told that's probably going to change too. It's no longer, they're going to open it back up. I love where I live. I suffered a house fire just a few years ago. I recently built a new house. My job changed. I recently and mortgaged my property to invest a ton of money into building, right, so that I can work from home, wanting to put in a business there at home. And I don't know, it all seems for naught if this goes in. But my question is, why are we talking about a data center? What's the upside? What's the benefit that is making people propose this to begin with? What is the supposed upside to this? Can anybody tell me that?
You're wanting a response?
Yes, I'd like to have a response of what is the draw? Can somebody tell me what is this? Because in my mind, the Vermillion Rise was supposed to bring economic development to the county, bring jobs to the county. And I would be in 100% support of some sort of a manufacturing job going in at Vermillion Rise. And I understand, there's going to be construction, it's going to be loud, it's going to be all this stuff. But if we have a data center there, that's never going to happen. No manufacturing plant's going to want to build next to a data center that's already sucking up all the resources. So it's not bringing jobs to the county. It's what is it bringing? Why is anybody proposing that we have it?
It's thrown out there a lot that there's no jobs with a data center, and that this doesn't fit your narrative, and you got to speak, so please let me speak so everybody can hear what I have to say. I've been to seminars on data centers where there are hundreds of people working in data centers, full-time jobs, average wage like $41 an hour. There is possibility of economic development. Teresa Denise was on TV last night interviewing at one of those data centers, so it's on Channel 2. You can research it and look at her interview. The economic impact that they can have on a community like ours is huge. So it's easy to throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks, but when we have to sit up here and go find the facts, and it does change things. It does change things sitting behind this table.
I appreciate that you guys have been raked over the coals tonight. I appreciate that very much. And I'm not here to degrade you guys more. I'm not here to rake you over the coals. I'm asking that you're saying the economic development is huge. I'm asking in what way? What is the benefits? All I hear is the light pollution, the noise pollution. That's all I'm hearing is all the downsides. So can somebody tell me something positive?
I would tell you, like Bill had stated, I think the commissioners have done their best to go out to, whether it be seminars, meetings. I was at a national conference down in New Orleans where they had a NACO summit for data centers down there, and there was people from California to Texas to New York to Virginia, right? And at the end of the day, a data center can bring a windfall of money to your community, right? And these mayors, these commissioners, these economic development leaders, whoever it may be, that's what they're going to tell you it brings is a windfall of money. But for me, the money's the last thing on the list, right? For me, we've got to look at our community, and it's got to be, let's protect the water, let's look at the power, let's look at the noise mitigation, the light mitigation. And in talking with some of these communities, some communities did that. Some put the community first and said, hey, you're going to help decide if we want one. And if we don't want one, that's fine. And other communities said, no, we need money, and they just signed right up and took the money. And they negotiated like an EDA agreement where they received, I forget if it was in Texas or where it was at now, but I think they received like $20 million a year for 15 years. And they had allocated X amount to their schools, to local organizations. So, I mean, you can say it's good for that, but for me, you can't put a price on water. You can't put a price on a citizen's way of life. So for me, it starts with the protections for the community. But
I agree with that. Thank you. Somebody mentioned earlier tax breaks and that's, the people that are closest to it get more of a, tax money back. Sure. Like I said, I live on the dead end road. I live right there I'm the only house on that road right there at the old Coast Guard property, I'm the only one there. I'm as close as you can possibly get to where I'm told this is gonna go. I don't want a tax break. I wanna live, I love where I live.
Sure.
I just built a new house there. I'm continuing to build there. I love to live where I live.
Sure.
I don't want that to change.
Yeah.
And offering me a tax rebate
Sure.
doesn't change that.
Thank you. All right, any other public comment before we move on? Thank you. Say it again, sir. Oh, the TIF district out there. So, yeah, so I mean, to answer your question about a TIF, yeah, any money or any organization that's in a TIF, that money would in theory stay out there. However, with any agreement, just like the Ordon Solar agreement that's going out at the Rise, any EDA agreement can be negotiated with the county. So like this ordinance that, you know, I have no opinion of approving tonight, but any ordinance that we would approve, you know, we could write stipulations in there that the county would receive X amount of money from any EDA agreement if we chose to do something like that, even with the Rise, or any TIF district for that matter. Well, it would be like an agreement, like an EDA agreement, so like. All right, any other public comment? Yeah.
If you guys are over the Rise, again, I'm going to reiterate, you didn't even know what was going on out there. I got that contract. That is a huge problem, and it should raise a huge red flag for you guys, that me, as a citizen of Vermillion County, I live in Newport, had to do a FOIA request to get that. So my question is, the 3-hour meetings they have before they have these other meetings, and the only thing I'm blaming you guys on is not knowing what they're doing. Not knowing what they're doing. You appointed those members, and this is why, I mean, they are right. When we go to those meetings, they talk down to us. The first 2 meetings I went home and did a lot of homework because they made me feel stupid. Then I come back and told them I was right. And because I'm not stupid. I might not be as smart as Nolan, and whenever I have questions, I call him and have him do some research. Sure. And I'll tell you what, this is probably the oddest friendship, but I have made a friend for life, a new son. And I'll tell you what, the thing that bothers me the most is I got that contract and you didn't even know what was in it. $25,000 a month. $150,000 was paid before they even signed the contract. These 3-hour meetings before they vote on anything, and it's very vague. These people have to ask, what does this mean? They'll put a little blurb out there. Do you know they just keep postponing that, hoping we won't show up at the next meeting? Well, I will tell you, I am tired. I am exhausted, but I'm going to keep showing up, and I'm going to keep showing up. And I do request that you do a moratorium so we can know what is going, we can see what is happening all over the country, the fallout of what is happening. And like he said, we need to do it before
the state.
Indiana passes that. We need a moratorium, and we need it now. That doesn't mean they're out, but we need it now. And we need consultants that are not lobbyists for data centers. I'm sorry, we need consultants that are not lobbyists for data centers.
Thank you, Stephanie. Jason? Or Jonathan, maybe?
I want to first acknowledge Jonathan Blake, RJL Solutions, and I want to first acknowledge that Jonathan Blake, I'm with RJL Solutions, and I want to first address, first of all, appreciate everybody being here tonight, but I want to make the record clear. RJL Solutions does not represent Vantage data centers or whatever the context was that was used. RJL Solutions does not represent Vantage data centers. We are here as the economic development folks for the county, and we work with Vermillion Rise to help bring new opportunities for the county. That does not mean that we are working with data centers in Vermillion County, so I want to just make that clear. I also want to acknowledge that some of the work that we've been doing in the last couple of months has been focused on business retention and expansion, going out and meeting with existing businesses to make sure that they have the resources they need. If they have workforce needs, if they have workforce training needs, if they need incentives to help grow or expand, that's our role. That is our role here in Vermillion County, and that's what we're going to continue to do. We do report to the commissioners. They get monthly reports from us. They know what's going on. We're providing open communication consistently, and we are here to answer any questions that anybody here has. So I want you to know that we are here not to be in opposition. We are here to be a support, and we're here to help Vermillion County grow and to grow the way that you all want it to grow. So I just wanted to take a few minutes to say that. I'll stick around after the meeting, but I just wanted to clarify a few things.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you. Jason? Nah, public comments cut off. We can't have anyone. No, I'm just kidding.
Hi, my name's Jason McLean. I've lived here for 52 years. I worked out paper mill for 27. The thing with the Rise Board meetings, Bill and I, we both work out the paper mill, and we worked out swing shift. Well, I'm currently a board member of the North Vermillion School District, and what you have to do to make them meetings that people are wanting to see, you have to set your schedule and meet with them people and do it. So I'm a board member for the school board. I'm the only one that works a swing shift out there, and we just do the third Tuesday of every month. That's how we make it work. And then I just have to take time off or I miss a board meeting. So there is a way that the Vermillion Rise Board could do that. It's just a suggestion, because that's what we did. And you was on the school board with me as well. But my dad and I have about 40-some head of cattle, and I have worries about all this as well as anybody else. I have concerns. So if I understand right, RJ and I talked a long time ago, we had to buy this Vermillion Rise, Army Amino. We had to buy it back, I guess. And don't quote me, because I could be wrong. I think it was somewhere $3-4 million or whatever. So then we leased that ground, or a big portion of that ground, to these hunters, and this hunter has a TV show, and then he leases and has hunts. So I talked to Stephanie, and I missed some of the meetings, but I don't know, has that debt been paid in full now for what we had to buy them?
Yeah, it's my understanding the Rise paid that off earlier this year. Was it February? February of this year they paid it off.
I heard that you guys were close, or did. I just wondered. So that being said, the original thing that you can't turn all that property back to the public, but originally that was supposed to go back to the public. So if it's paid in full, some of that should be eased up for the public access for, deer hunting, turkey hunting, whatever, well, I know you do the mushroom hunt, and things like that.
Sure.
But I'm all for bringing business out there. I'm not for data center. I'm not going to lie to you, because I ain't going to sugarcoat it. I think it's a bunch of malarkey all the way around. I would say a few other choice words, but I'm going to be politically correct here. But there is a way to bring businesses out there, and one gentleman was in here, that are environmental friendly jobs, and they have a lot of jobs. Even if Bill's right, and what I've seen, I don't see no 100 jobs, not slandering anybody, but I haven't seen any data center that has that many jobs. Even if it's 25, it ain't enough. But we need jobs that are environmental friendly, and we got plenty of ground out there to do it, but also it needs to be turned, some of this needs to be turned back to the public if we actually have paid off that debt.
Sure.
In some manner or way. I appreciate the mushroom hunt that you guys
Yeah.
have done and stuff like that, but I do advise you, or I ask you all to really, really, really think this through, because I have 3 kids, and I want them all to stay in this area. I built a new home back in 2010 and built it from the ground up. I have virtue here. I'm here. I'm going to be here till I'm 6 feet under. But I don't want no data center next door and being in here and causing a lot of issues. And I don't want dead calves.
Yeah.
And I love to hunt, RJ.
Yeah.
I don't want animals dying because of it.
Yeah, for sure.
You got the bats out there. You can't kill them off. If it kills them, you're in big trouble. But
Yeah.
anyway, I do appreciate your guys' time. I know it's been a real long night,
Yeah.
but it's just, I wanted to bring that to
Yeah.
you, and I wanted to ask about the payment.
Sure, and Jason, I will let you know as well, on your public hunting suggestion, I've been a big supporter of that for several years and opening that up for some public, and the commissioners are still reviewing a document that I sent to them. It would turn half of the hunt leases, there's 20 or 21 out there, and it does bring in a lot of revenue. It's close to $100,000 a year that they use to operate. But in my proposal, I had sent that half of those be turned into public hunt spaces, and whether that's a raffle, whether that's, however it would work, that way the community would be able to enjoy some of that out there at the Rise.
And you know that we have most of them roads, I haven't been over the whole property, but most of them roads are paved, and I understand they're deteriorating, but they are actually paved. So there is a way to fix the pavement that's already there for more jobs,
Yeah.
so.
Yep.
Anyway, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mike Laney. I'm from Newport here. I've heard this question a few times, and I just want to kind of get a little bit more of a more clear answer on the jobs. Like I'm not for this or anything. The one plus side is the jobs I hear about. You've been to seminars and things like that. Are they giving you numbers? Are we going to see help wanted signs after this is put up? Like I hear some bureaucratic answers and kind of dancing around a little bit. Do we get numbers on actual jobs for the county?
It would depend, in my opinion, when a purchase agreement is negotiated and the economic development plan that is developed at that point in time. That's where all the transparency comes.
But that's after we get it put in.
No. The
Okay,
job,
let
you're
me ask it a
asking
different
the
way.
full-time jobs after it's completed.
Let me ask you a different way. I take by you going to these seminars, you're speaking with people in areas that have already had this put in. Is that
Yes,
correct?
Yes.
So
And
within,
or
are there
currently in progress.
Are they telling you that they're getting X amount of jobs for a county the size of Vermillion County?
Yes.
So what would that be in numbers?
One data center specifically is a series of 8 buildings that look like a warehouse with no dock doors on it. And each one of those buildings has to have 50 full-time jobs. So there's 400 jobs right there.
So you're telling us you're bringing 400 jobs? Are these entry-level jobs? Or?
I have not spoken to a representative from a data center. From the seminars I went to.
I'm not trying to be sarcastic, or I'm just trying to get numbers.
Right.
So if a small county like this lets this in, are we looking at Newport, Hugo, Dana, Perrysville, each, there's 50 to 100 jobs for, I think that's something that's top of the list, for people to want to know, and they're getting vague answers, so that tells me there's not very many, and if they are, they're specific. Are there entry level? Are there, specific skills that you're looking for?
Well, I'm sure there would be entry level all the way up to a super technician changing stuff out in there.
So where do these technicians come from? Is there people in Newport right now who would be at technician level?
They could be coming from Ivy Tech.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, what I'm getting at is someone who gets out of high school and they want to work, like they go out to the plant or the powerhouse or some of the local jobs that don't require that kind of thing, or are we bringing in other people from outside to work at these places?
It'd probably be both. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that.
Okay.
Mike,
that's a question that I had.
Sure, and Mike, I would say too, I've been to a couple of these like Bill's been to, and especially in Louisiana. I think it depends on the size of a potential data center, right? You know, in Virginia, they had some that were like 50 acres all the way up to a data center campus that's 5,000 acres, right? And I think the jobs can vary from 5 all the way up to 200-300.
5 jobs?
5 jobs, all,
What's the acreage on a job that hires 5 people?
you know, I'd have to look back at my documents,
Okay.
but I'm gonna guess that it's based on the acreage, right? So if it's like 50 acres, I say it's gonna be low, and I'm gonna say if it's a 2,500 acre, 3,500 acre thing, you might get close to 100.
So have they proposed an acreage out here?
The commissioners, to my knowledge, we've received no information, just like as Stephanie has, you know, told us, you know, we asked for the contract, and I get it from a citizen that gets it from a FOIA request, and I think that shows you at least my frustration that I have with the current board members right now. As an elected official that appoints you, you know, if I asked for it on a Friday, I would hope that I could get it no later than Monday, you know, but.
I think people want real answers to like numbers, like
Well,
if this
sure, and
goes in, you know.
and I think that's a valid question to have, but just like the Duke Energy project, right? When Duke was talking about building the gas plant, they said, maybe 25 to 50 jobs, right? Well, until they get down to the, you know, getting ready to build it, we didn't know what those numbers are. Now they're close to 50 is what they're saying full-time, you know, or 20, or maybe it's 25. Either way, they've got the numbers down, you know, now, but 4 years ago, Duke didn't know that. when
But
they
for
were
the
talking.
thousands of communities in this country who have put in data centers, like, I would think that there's some kind of way to.
I'm sure there is.
He'll tell you.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys went to Jeffersonville, right?
I did not.
I thought the RISE board said you guys all went to Jeffersonville.
So there was a planned trip to Jeffersonville. I couldn't go to do some work reasons at the restaurant. I couldn't make it.
I'll tell you about Jeffersonville, 700,000 square feet, they're gonna hire 100 permanent employees. 100 people for 700,000 square feet. That's only one location.
Sure.
Bill is right. I wanna say, Bill is right. On the news last night in Cary, that facility is, I don't know how large it is. But that mayor, now it's the mayor of the town that brought the data center in. He says they're gonna have 1,000 jobs at $41 an hour.
Okay, so, but there's no way to tell.
Average 41,
No, I mean,
so.
I wouldn't say until you have a company with an offer, because as he's stating, what's in Gary, that may be company X, and you know, what's in Tennessee may be company B.
But once the snowball's rolling and say they don't hire many, then it's too late to.
I don't think there's no snowball rolling yet, because the county has to have zoning in place, and right now the county has no zoning in place.
Fair enough. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mike.
I just wanted to talk about the size. You asked a question about the size of the proposed data center. In the ordinance, it basically sets the entire RISE as a data center overlay district. And it has specifications for the size, like the height and things, but where it says like the square footage, it says like no limit or unlimited. So they could make it as big or as small as they wanted to without any, you know, annoying input from the public.
In addition to what I had before, I'm still Kurt Phelps, by the way. I haven't changed who I am. Probably some of the jobs that they might be promising you and talking about are probably during construction. There's no different. I know you wasn't at the paper mill yet whenever they.
It was not. It was post-construction, full-time jobs.
And they stated that.
They stated that.
So if we
multiple
do,
times.
so if we do have one out here, then we can hold our feet to the fire, and regardless of whether we need them, they're gonna hire that many people, and they're gonna keep them there.
It depends on how the economic development plan is written on what they will provide our community.
Sounds like a lot of smoke, I'm sorry. I don't, as I've aged, I don't believe people very often. I wish I could, but I've been taken advantage of too often. It's too easy to like throw some smoke out and some bullshit and make it sound really good. I'm sure that the things that the meetings you guys are going to are pro data center. So everything that they're gonna give you is gonna be roses. They're gonna tell you all the good stuff. They're not gonna tell you the bad stuff. I think that's what everybody's trying to talk about, is the fact that we as citizens have to worry about our future, our animals, our property, our water. My bees, 14 years, several $1,000s I've invested in basically a hobby that may turn into something someday when I retire. I don't know. But it's all things that have to be taken into account, you know. And if we don't come up here and tell you about them, you're not gonna know, you're not gonna think about it. It's all food for thought, you know?
Every concern is
Well,
legitimate.
Yes, it is. You're exactly right, and I appreciate that, Bill. Yep. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Kurt. And I will say too, the one summit that I did attend, and then even the one in New Orleans, these are not put on by data center companies. I mean, the one I went to, it was probably split 50-50 of commissioners in favor and against.
Okay.
You know, half the commissioners said, hey, you know, moratorium is what we think needs to happen, and they even said it's not anti-development, it's give us time to develop our ordinance.
Yes.
And then the other commissioners are like, nope, we see the money, you know, it's great for the community, I'm gonna do it, and that's what it's gonna be. So like, I will tell you the stuff that I know me and Bill, we attended one at the same time, it was over in Indy. They are not put on by data center companies, you know, these are put on by either either the NACO organization, the Association of Indiana Counties, or the Commissioners Organization. And people just, I mean, it's a room of all commissioners, and they'll just tell you, hey, I think, you know, data centers are doing this wrong, or they're doing this right, you know? I won't even say right, because a lot of the stuff I heard wasn't good at the meeting, so.
There was a lady up here that spoke earlier about the AI data center. You can call me tinfoil hat, whatever you want to call me, but I do believe in Revelation. I believe in Jesus Christ. That is my Savior. I have been washed in the blood of Christ, and I do hope to leave this earth and go to heaven someday. AI is unleashing the beast. I think Elon Musk stated that, even though he creates it. This may sound like smoke and mirrors right now, but all these flock cameras, I didn't ask for that. I didn't know. I didn't tell the state or the county. What's that? Yeah, there you go. I mean, there's not enough people, I think, that have faith in this world. They don't understand. They don't read the Bible. They don't read Revelation. They don't understand what's happening to this country right now. We don't need a bunch of robots running around. We don't need a bunch of drones running around. I've been seeing cameras that have landing pads that have drones in them. So if they want to go shoot somebody or follow somebody or whatever they want to do, whatever the problem is, that drone is dispatched from that camera, okay? Could it be used for good? Yeah, I'm not going to deny that. It'd be nice if there was a child molester somewhere and we've seen his vehicle and could follow him. That'd be awesome. But the bad thing about it is it's no different than the Patriot Act. We give up so much freedom during 9/11 because of the Patriot Act. It was all a bunch of BS. It was our government trying to get inside of our homes, inside of our lives, and control us. And that's only getting worse. It's a police state is what they're trying to, and that's what these data centers, that's why they need that much data. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt.
Eleanor Kuntz, and I've spent most of my life in Vermillion County, but there's a lot that's been said in regards to the RISE board members, and apparently a lot has been brought to light that you guys were unaware of, or recently made aware of. And I would just like to implore you to do something about it. You guys put them in the position that they're in. They have blatantly abused it. They have lied in everybody's faces. They have taken advantage of, and it's terrible. But nothing's going to change if you don't force that. So I'm asking you to do something about it. Hold them accountable for their actions. There are a lot of things that have, maybe the things that in place that have been put in place can be undone because of the way they went about it. And I ask you to look into that.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Vicki. I'm a resident of Vermillion County, and I just have one brief comment. It's just so amazing that I was just doing research on jobs in data centers just in the last couple of weeks. And one of the things was that most of the jobs are tech jobs. Many of them are remote. They don't even live in the county they work in. They don't pay taxes. They don't buy homes. They don't buy groceries. They live in New York City and Los Angeles and Texas. Totally unrelated to our economy. So you really need to do your homework when it comes to these jobs, where they are and who works for them, because they are very highly qualified, highly trained people in technical universities and tech schools. And they aren't just the farm boy that grows up down the street. So we have to think, who do these jobs go to? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to say the farm boy growing up down the street is a very resourceful young man, and he can change and do things that you never thought he could do, apparently. Yes, she did.
Any other public comment before we move on? All right.
These companies hire people with a lot of technical training who have been in school for a long time, expensive educations in most cases. They're not looking to hire someone who doesn't have technical training and a technical background. So I no disrespect to any farm boy. I married a farm boy. They are very smart, very capable. I am not degrading any of them, but the jobs don't go to the average person. They go to highly trained, highly educated people, and they don't even live in the county that they're working in. A lot of them are remote, and they can log in from any place in the country. And I did work as a remote tech for a very short time, and I have some idea of what's involved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other public comment before we move on? All right, hearing none and seeing none, we will adjourn for a 10-minute recess and come back at 9 p.m. Can't believe it's already been 3 hours already. So yeah, we'll adjourn for 10 minutes and we'll be back. Sit back down, we'll get close to restarting this meeting. Do I have to gavel back in or anything, John?
Just say we're into the recess.
Okay.
Tell everybody to quiet down.
All right, you guys ready?
Let's go.
All right, we're ending the recess and we're going back into the agenda. All right, open issues. Union Hospital lease, I'm still awaiting an update from Union Hospital on that. So once I have that, I'll forward that on to you guys for the next meeting. Rick Anderson from Verigy, he will be on our next meeting agenda. He had another item come up tonight, so he will not be in attendance tonight. So old business, none. New business, Nolan Mayhill Data Center. Had to work over. Yeah, just press that square, I think, there you go.
Okay. I want to thank you first for the opportunity to speak and to everyone here today. I'm here because Vermillion County deserves the truth, and they deserve protection. For months now, the RISE board stood in front of this community and said there was no data center proposal. They said there was nothing to discuss. They said residents were spreading misinformation. They'd never put us at risk. Early this morning, we were made aware of a formal agreement between the IEDC and Terra Industry LLC from January 1st, 2026, which awarded a state sales tax exemption for a qualified data center, and that is located at 400 West Broadway in Hillsdale, which is within the RISE. I say that to mean they were aware. This is for a data center campus with a planned investment of $25 to $42 million. There are exemptions on equipment and electricity. It names the Vermillion County Treasurer as the local official who receives a quarterly remittance. Now, don't take that and run with, she's doing her job, she doesn't get to keep that money. That's the job of the treasurer, to facilitate that. They told us repeatedly that Terra was a porta potty and 2 trailers filled with crypto servers. The document circulating this morning is a formal state incentive for a data center. This is irrefutable. A data center project at the RISE was far enough along by January 1st, 2026 to receive a formal state tax exemption award. And all year long, the RISE board assured us there was no expansion or data center plan. Those two things cannot both be true. We've already seen a consulting contract signed 5 months after the effective date when more than $150,000 in payments with public funds, by the way, in Indiana, that is public funds, were made to Jerry Acey. We've seen a proposed ordinance with indemnity for the reuse authority in the event they deplete our wells or contaminate our water, and no recourse for property owners to make themselves whole again. Jobs are not mentioned in that ordinance proposal. That's what they said the purpose was. They wanted to bring jobs. They neglected to mention jobs at all in that proposal. Waterless cooling is not mentioned. Protections for the bat are not mentioned. Requirement to self-power is not mentioned. Use of, protections for use of eminent domain to seize citizens' property for their power infrastructure is not mentioned. Nothing we asked for. None of our concerns, not one of them was accounted for in this ordinance proposal. We've seen the process rushed, public input minimized, obstructed, avoided, prevented, and basic questions met with refusals, denials, and lies. I believe that the members of the RISE board have to own this. They have lost the confidence of the people they're sworn to serve. They should resign. And I say that with no malice. I am asking for three things. The first is to reject this proposed ordinance. Take it under advisement. Do not accept this ordinance. You start that 60-day timer. That's not enough time. That is not enough time for the APC to do the information, or to do the research that they need to make. And this community is misinformed about a lot of things. I have been wrong about a lot of things. To be honest, before the data centers, all I wanted to do was be left alone. I research and read to help me sleep at night. And that sometimes takes 6 hours for me to fall asleep at night. And I'm asleep for maybe 3 hours. So that's why I had answers to people's questions. And now here I am, and it's like a full-time job. I didn't want this. I'm grateful for the people that I've met, but I do want to make that very clear. We need you to reject that ordinance. That timer cannot start. That is a recipe for us being exploited and victimized. They work for you. And they're jumping the sort of the chain of command here. And they're telling you what you're going to do. They're giving it to you. They're not supposed to give it to you. That's irregular. That's highly irregular. They're supposed to bring it to the APC. But when you send it to the APC, that timer starts. That wasn't an accident. That wasn't an accident. So I would like to call on the members of the RISE board to please resign so we can have some peace. I understand that they may be good people individually. You know, I think we've all felt pretty let down. And the fact of the matter is that they've violated the public's trust. And finally, I'd like us to either adopt a temporary data center moratorium or give the APC the time and independence it needs to write a responsible ordinance developed transparently with public hearings. No hard deadline or rushed vote, whatever time they require to do this the right way. We have been patient, and we have attended meetings and asked questions and repeatedly voiced our concerns. We were assured there was nothing to worry about, but these documents, the ordinance that you're talking about tonight, Jerry Acey's contract, and now this from the IEDC, say otherwise. We're tired of being misled and of decisions putting the interests of developers ahead of the families who drink the water and pay the bills. Many of us aren't explicitly anti-data center. We just want a future in Vermillion County, with or without a data center. You have the authority. You alone have the authority to stop all of this now. You can restore order to the RISE. You can let the APC develop an ordinance from scratch on their own timeline with transparency and public input. Please use that authority to help us now. You've stood behind the RISE board in the past, unquestioningly. I understand those men have been your friends, some of them for many years. But I'm asking you to do the right thing now and stand with the residents of this county. Reject this ordinance. Put Vermillion County first. I apologize. I'm symptomatic right now. Put Vermillion County first. The ordinance that they're talking about with the IEDC, the returns that we get, that we would potentially get from that, never mind the fact that it's in a TIF, the power that they draw, that's where the money comes back from. They pay back a remittance. They're given a 100%, they're given this exemption on paying for The most we're gonna get is $350,000. Now that's barely more than poor Jerry Acey has to live on all year. That's a year, $350,000 a year for millions of dollars in abatements. Do the math. That is not good economic development. That does not make sense. It doesn't make sense. You know, I respect you. I do. I respect the position that you're in. I hate where things have gone in this county. When I hear about people being harassed, trying to go to stores and live their lives, that pains me. And I've talked to people about it. I'm not happy about the way that things are. And I hope that you realize that your decision tonight could save the county. It's not about money, and you're not going to get that money. They're going to pull their promise. They're not going to make those promises, because if they were going to make good on their promise, you wouldn't be holding an ordinance that allows them to break that promise and to hurt people and protect themselves. They would have had protections for us to begin with if they had good intentions. They didn't send it to you by accident. It's a finished ordinance. That's what they want. I want to say God bless you, God bless Vermillion County, and God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you, Nolan. All right, moving on. Next item on the agenda, ordinance 2026-14, closing a portion of South Main during hill climb. John, I think you drafted this.
Yeah, I'll address that one. Okay, hill climb, we race cars south up Main Street, almost to the edge of town. They're old antique cars with no safety features. And until recently, there was, the road technically was not closed. Most of the houses on the lower part of the hill have access to an alley. I think all of them do have access to an alley behind their house that they can use to come and go. But there's 5 houses on the top of the hill that the only access they have is out onto South Main Street. And so people would come and insist that they wanted to drive on that portion of the roadway. At the same time, we're racing hills up the hill. And the reserve deputies that work up there have tried hard to accommodate the public, but this past year it kind of got out of hand. We had somebody wanted to stop the race because they went to get groceries. Somebody had a chicken in the crock pot. They had a couple of cars try to leave houses and drive north into town while cars were being raced up the hill. And we had one resident who wanted someone to come and visit her, pull a vehicle across the roadway to block the race so that somebody could come to her house. It's getting too unsafe. And so the reserves first went to the town of Newport, and Newport came up with an ordinance that said when the race is going, the roadway is going to be closed to traffic. And they ask if at the top of each hour, maybe 5-10 minutes before the top of the hour, if somebody is waiting to get into or out of their property, that the deputies there could stop the race briefly and let people come and go. But it's otherwise going to be closed and people aren't going to drive. It's just too unsafe of a circumstance. And so not all of South Main is in the town of Newport. About the last house on the hill, the town line ends. And so this would be asking the county to close, to enact essentially the exact same ordinance that will close the roadway all the way out to Old 63. And at the top of the hour, if there's people waiting to get in, they would briefly stop the race, let people come and go, and then let it get started again.
Thank you, John.
Sure.
Since it's first reading the ordinance, it's got to be read into the record, right? Or
Yeah, it needs to be read into the record.
Misty, Bill, anybody?
Go ahead, RJ.
I think I've had them all this year. All right. Ordinance number 2026-14, closing a portion of South Main during hill climb, Vermillion County, Indiana. An ordinance closing a portion of South Main Street during the Newport Antique Auto Hill Climb. Whereas it has come to the attention of the Board of Commissioners of Vermillion County, Indiana, that there have been several near accidents between citizens' vehicles and the vehicles competing in the Antique Auto Hill Climb, and that a need exists for the safety of the public and the race participants to close South Main Street to public travel while the race is going on. Therefore, the Board of Commissioners of Vermillion County, Indiana, by its inherent authority, is closing a portion of South Main Street when the hill climb is taking place. Now be it ordained and enacted by the Board of Commissioners of Vermillion County, Indiana, that Section 1, the Newport Antique Auto Hill Climb, is an international event, and after the Indianapolis 500 and the Brickyard 400, it is the third largest automotive event in the state of Indiana. It brings tens of thousands of tourists to the county, and as such, has an enormous cultural and economic impact on our community. Section 2. It has come to the attention of the Board of Commissioners that in recent years, several incidents have occurred in which local residents drove cars and other vehicles onto the roadway while the hill climb was in progress. Section 3, therefore, in the interest of safety of the public and the participants in the hill climb, the Board of Commissioners of Vermillion County, Indiana, hereby orders that when the hill climb is in progress at South Main Street from the southern edge of the town limits to Old US Highway 63 at its westernmost branch shall be closed off to all traffic except for race participants and safety and emergency vehicles. Adequate signs and barriers shall be posted to direct the public away from the portion of South Main Street at the top of each hour while the hill climb is in progress. If there are cars waiting to get in or out of the affected households, a brief break shall be allowed between runs to let them come and go. Section 4. Anyone who enters the roadway between the southern edge of Market Street and the town limits shall be subject to a $50 fine. Anyone who drives a vehicle, including a golf cart, side-by-side, or similar vehicle, shall be subject to a $500 fine. The fine shall be per occurrence. Section 5, affected households will be notified through either certified mail or sheriff's service. Section 6, should any section, paragraph, sentence, clause, or phrase of this ordinance be declared unconstitutional or invalid for any reason by any court of competent jurisdiction, such provisions shall be deemed severable, and the remaining portions of this ordinance shall remain in full force and effect. Section 7, all ordinances or parts of this ordinance or resolutions that are inconsistent with the provisions of this ordinance are repealed to the extent of such inconsistency. Adopted and passed by the Board of Commissioners of Vermillion County, Indiana, this day, August 2026. If there's no objection, I'll entertain a motion to approve County Ordinance 2026-14 by title, closing a portion of South Main during hill climb, Vermillion County, Indiana.
I'll make a motion.
I have a motion by Mrs. Hess. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Peoples. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Next item on the agenda, Lori.
Hi, my name is Lori Balislog. I'm the County Extension Director for Purdue Extension, Vermillion County. And I'm here this evening regarding information that I gave to you, 3 commissioners, at the August 3rd commissioners meeting about changing some job titles for my 2 county staff. I would like to change the current title of office manager to administrative assistant, because I believe that that accurately reflects the job duties, and the position of program assistant / secretary to program assistant only. Do you have any questions?
I don't have any, commissioners.
Are the employees in favor of this?
They had some questions about that, but as the county director, I am requesting that because I believe that that accurately reflects what their duties are. And my supervisor and administration with Purdue Extension supports me in that decision.
All right, any other questions for Lori? All right, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the position description job changes as Lori presented.
I'll make the motion.
I have a motion by Mr. Peoples. Do I have a second? Second. I have a second by Ms. Hess. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Auditor? You gonna go down there? Huh? All right, next is auditor for job description changes.
Ron Dunham, an auditor, Vermillion County. Okay, what would you like to discuss on this? The first one, my first deputy, I'm wanting to change to office administrator. That's the only changes on there, everything else is the same. on the job descriptions. The meeting recording secretary stays the same. The payroll, the only thing is removed is deputy. Human resource manager stays the same. And claims stays at claims, no claims deputy or claims manager. So basically, the only change I have in it is the first one on first deputy. All the job descriptions are the same.
Like, is there a reason why you're doing it? I'm just wondering if there's like a reason for it?
My personal reason is the fact that they've been deputy 1, deputy 2, deputy 3, deputy 4. They all have jobs that they do and perform. You know, the claims person takes care of the claims. You know, the property manager takes care of properties. I need an office, you know, running the office. It's giving them a little bit of distinction for their jobs, what they're doing, actually doing for the county. So it just gives them a title.
Perfect, thanks.
Bill, any questions?
No.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the job description changes as presented by the auditor.
I can make the motion.
I have a motion by Mrs. Hess. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second by Mr. Peebles. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
There's no payroll changes or anything to that with changing titles or anything?
None whatsoever, hopefully increases what we're hoping for the new budget.
And salary, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. All right. Next item on the agenda is Jamin Medina request for 4-H project. He was going to be here tonight, but due to the extent of public comment, I think he had somewhere else he had to be tonight. But in your packet, you'll have an MOU from Mr. Medina. It's between the Vermillion County Sheriff's Office and the Vermillion County 4-H Shooting, Sports Science, and Conservation Center 4-H, located at 3985 East, 775 South, Hillsdale, Indiana, to allow and controlled use of 4-H shooting sports range for official law enforcement firearms training. In exchange, the Vermillion County Sheriff's Office agrees to provide significant facility improvements to benefit the 4-H program and broader community. These improvements will be the sole responsibility of the Vermillion County Sheriff's Office. The Vermillion County Sheriff's Office will also provide a copy of certified certificate of liability for insurance to the Vermillion County 4-H Council. Goals and partnerships strengthen collaboration between youth organizations and local law enforcement. Improve the safety, accessibility, and functionality of the 4-H Shooting Sports Conservation Center. Promote responsible and safe firearms training and education consistent with 4-H and law enforcement standards. Hold a biannual meeting with the 4-H Council and Sheriff's Office representative to keep communication, discuss any issues and problems. Let's see. So essentially, a lot of this, I'm not going to read the entire document, but they are, John, do you know about, they're like building the road back there to this?
Which thing?
The 4-H, the shooting club?
I think so, but Jamin would be the guy to ask on that.
So Jamin's request to the, basically commissioners of this MOU is that they're building this road and they have Milestone or Reith Riley, one of the two, donating millings to build a road. They would like to have use of the highway department expertise to come out there and tell them, hey, does this look good? You know, will the millings hold? Or B, if they need some brush cut or anything like that, that the county would authorize the highway department to work in partnership with the 4-H Council and the Sheriff's Department in this endeavor. So it's up to us if we want to approve the MOU, and if so, we can direct the highway department to work with them on this project.
I know that Zach was in shooting sports, and it is not easy to get back there as a parent to drop them off, so.
Yeah, I think the road definitely needs some improvement. So if there's no objections, I'll entertain a motion to approve this MOU as presented by Mr. Medina.
I'll make the motion.
I have a motion by Mr. Peebles. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I have a second by Ms. Hess. Any further discussion? All in favor? Oh, sorry.
Just really quick, so like as they do this and they utilize the highway department, just like other things that we've talked about, then that wouldn't be like overtime, that would be within the day, like,
Yeah,
we would provide the operators, we
Sure.
would do all of those things.
Yeah, we would have them work with Tia, the highway administrator, to make sure it's done between Monday through Friday.
Okay.
I think if, somebody wanted to work on the weekend, we would just make it explicitly clear that we're not authorizing any, so if they want to donate their hours, that would be up to them.
Okay.
All right? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved, thank you. All right, next item on the agenda. County Ordinance 2026-15, reducing the speed limit on County Road 800 South. This was presented by, let me think here, 2 or 3 landowners that live on County Road 800 South. The speed limit is currently, since it's unmarked, I believe it's 40 or 45 in this county ordinance, which I'll read it since it's the first one. County Ordinance 2026-15, reducing the speed limit on County Road 800 South. Whereas it has come to the attention of the Board of Commissioners of Vermillion County that the speed limit on County Road 800 South should be reduced to 30 miles per hour. Therefore, the Board of Commissioners of Vermillion County, by its inherent authority, authorizes the reduction of the speed limit on County Road 800 South to 30 miles per hour. Now be ordained and enacted by the Vermillion County Commissioners that Section 1, the speed limit on County Road 800 South should be reduced to 30 miles per hour. Section 2, should any section, paragraph, sentence, clause, or phrase of this ordinance be declared unconstitutional or invalid for any reason by any court of competent jurisdiction, such provisions shall be deemed severable, and the remaining portion of this ordinance shall remain in full force and effect. Section 3, all ordinances or parts of ordinances or resolutions that are inconsistent with the provisions of this ordinance are repealed to the extent of such inconsistency. Adopted and passed by the Vermillion County Board of Commissioners on this day of, well, it says July, but it'd be August 2026. So the landowners have been reaching out to the Sheriff's Department to ask, for some drivers, specifically some truck drivers that are coming from the hog farm there, located close by. The Sheriff's Department can't do that because the speed limit is 40 or 45. They reached out to Tia at the Highway Department, and Brian Russell got together, and they're in agreement that 30 miles an hour is a just speed for that. So if the Commissioner's in agreement, I'll entertain a motion to approve 2026-15.
Question real quick, what time frame do we have on getting signage up?
I believe, that'd be a question for Tia, but I would assume we most likely have 30-mile-an-hour signs at our disposal, and if not, they'd have to be ordered, so maybe a week, 2 weeks out from getting them posted. They would post them at 63 and then just past the hog farm road.
No opposition?
No, all the adjacent landowners, that was one requirement, and it should be in your email where they had signed a letter, emailed a statement from all the adjacent landowners that they were all in favor of the reduction of speed.
Make the motion.
I have a motion by Mr. Peebles.
I'll second it.
Second by Mrs. Hess. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Next item on the agenda, budget consulting agreement. Every year, I say Scott Craig, but it's his law firm, provides consulting to the auditor's office, the county council, commissioners for budget hearings. And due to a SBOA report a few years ago, there was never a signed contract, so every year now they present a contract for the commissioners to approve. For this year's budget consulting services, the fees would be in the amount of $13,500. So I'll need a motion to approve that budget consulting agreement, or if you have any questions or concerns.
I'll make the motion.
I have a motion by Ms. Hess to approve the budget consulting agreement in the amount of $13,500.
I will second.
I have a second by Mr. Peebles. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. All right. Next item on the agenda. The old Economic Development Office has some outstanding bills. Commissioner Hess had asked me to look at some of the claims that we're paying monthly still. And the first one would be cleaning in the EDC office, which is not being held by anybody at this current time. The State Board of Accounts does have an office in one of the old buildings. However, we do provide them internet there. They do not provide the county any stipend or any funds for that. The cleaning bill today is $150 a month. And the joint, let me see if it's on this second page. How much is it? $238.74 a month, and that is only being used by one office. If these two things were terminated, this would not affect Purdue or Lori in her office.
Is
I mean, Purdue 4-H extension, yeah, but not on the economic development side, not the $150 bill and the 238.70. I would assume, yeah. So these are just two costs that could be cut that currently, besides SBOA, because I don't think they will stay in the office once the internet is cut. They will potentially relocate or see if we could provide them another office space somewhere in the county.
Are they there all the time?
The SBOA?
Yeah.
Dad, you know if they're there all the time?
4 days a week.
4 days a week, yeah. So I mean, I do know it's a plus having the SBOA in the county. My recommendation is, I mean, for 200 and for the money we could save, I think we could potentially, you know, find them a place in the courthouse. Maybe ask the Newport Public Library if there's potentially space for them there. I do think there's a need to have them in the county, but you just have to weigh the pros and cons of $238 and $150 a month for that bill.
Well, they're not gonna weigh pros and cons when they're auditing you.
Probably not.
There will be no impact to the other entities in that building.
For Lori, no, I've spoken to Lori, and I don't know if she's still here, if she left. Lori, is that correct? If the internet and the cleaning is stricken from the budget, will that affect your office in any way? If you sat on the front row, you wouldn't have to walk as far.
Repeat the question. Sorry, repeat the question.
Oh, sorry. If we would cut the $150 for cleaning services for the EDC part of the building and the $238.74 for the internet, would that affect your office in any way?
We would have to figure out a different way to pay for cleaning.
Okay.
Because that has been paid by the economic development pot of money. And as far as, was your question about the internet and if it would affect us?
I wanted to know if it would impact anyone else in the building. If we
Well,
discontinue.
extension is, it's only extension and State Board of Accounts at this point who have people in that space. Our internet is provided by, and paid for by the university because they want control of that. They want their own firewalls and they want to control that for our work. So the joint, no.
So Lori, if we were to cut the cleaning, would that be something you'd be able to handle out of your budget potentially, or do we
I
need?
would have to shuffle some money around,
Sure.
potentially. I mean,
But the internet for sure wouldn't affect you, the 238?
the internet will definitely not affect us.
Okay.
No, we do not, no.
Okay. Bill, Misty, any other questions?
I would make a motion that we cut the internet, but leave the cleaning service intact.
Okay. Sure. Now, I will say, let's see here, you want a motion for that?
I
Is
just
that your
made the
motion? Okay. I have a motion by Mr. Peebles to cut the internet at the EDC office and keep the cleaning. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Hess. Any further discussion? The only thing I might add, Bill, is so the cleaning, we do not have a contract or anything with this person that cleans, so I would like to have that person send a contract to the Board of Commissioners for review. Okay. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. All right. What's that? She moved it up for you. All right, next item on the agenda. EDC small business loan status and overpayment. So several years ago when the Economic Development had a commission and a director, they started a small business loan program. Several weeks ago, I had sat down with Jenny and we went through all of the outstanding loans. The majority of those people are still paying, and the ones that have not been paying have started paying again, which is good. That goes into a fund, and in talks with the council, we'd like to restart that program at some point for small businesses in the county. However, we did have one individual that sent in an overpayment. I don't have that number in front of me, do you? For Fortner? No, you don't have, It's a couple $100s, but I do need Commissioner's authorization to issue a refund to that payee for that loan that they overpaid on.
I'd make the motion to send it with a thank you letter for overpaying.
All right, I have a motion by Mr. Peels to issue a refund to the individual that overpaid with a thank you letter. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Ms. Hess. Any further discussion?
What other documents go with that so they can verify that they paid that loan off in full?
Yeah, so we'll send them a document that says your loan's been paid in full, and also with the EDC loans, a lot of them took collateral. So this person had a collateral title on a piece of equipment. So that title will be released, and with your guys' approval of that, we'll sign that title when we issue that repayment. All right, if there's no other discussion, I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. All right, next item on the agenda, Vermillion Rise appointments discussion. We had one opening on the Vermillion Rise board. As of last week, we had a second resignation to the Rise board. Willie Wires tendered his resignation last week. So Commissioner? So on that, Commissioners, we have 17 applications that's applied. I'd like to see if you guys are open to an executive session to review those applicants and interview some applicants for that position, and then hopefully announce them at our next meeting. I don't know if we can get it done by next Monday or Tuesday. Meeting scheduled. Do you have any opening dates for this week for
This week?
Yeah, for executive session or next week?
Tuesday.
We have to have 48 hours, don't we?
Yep, 48-hour notice. So today, you could technically meet Friday evening, but I'm not sure with football. Yeah,
That's
footballs.
not happening for me. You can meet
I can't do it before then.
Okay. What about next week after the commissioner meeting on Tuesday, or possibly executive session before the commissioners meeting on Tuesday?
Pretty tight.
Or
I'm good on Tuesday, but Bill, I'll,
September 1st, Bill, do you have anything?
I'm working the graveyard shift.
Are you?
Yeah.
Well, then you guys, if you guys don't have any dates tonight, we can just send me an email or text, and we'll get the notice posted. But being down to 3 board members, I think it's prudent to get those people interviewed and get some new applicants on the board.
I am wide open on the 14th, 15th, 16th, and 17th.
can't do the 14th.
I know Fridays, Misty's unavailable through football season, so.
Sure. How's your 15th look?
It's fine there, let me go over here. Good.
All right, so September 15th looks to be the date. Certain time for you guys?
I can do 5:15, it's the earliest I can do.
5:15, Bill?
That sounds wonderful.
All right, September 15th at 5:15, executive session for the Board of Commissioners. All right, we'll direct the auditor to get that posted. All right, next item on the agenda. Proposed data center resolution and ordinance 2026-17 and 2026-10 as presented by the Vermillion Rise Board. I guess I'll start a little bit of the discussion for the commissioners. I've said it a little bit during public comment. You know, I was very, I think upset's putting it lightly, that the board sent us this, you know, a Wednesday before our Monday meeting. Nobody from the Rise board called me, emailed the commissioners. I had asked in an email for a board member to be present at that meeting to, you know, talk about the ordinance and resolution. I still to date have not heard from any of them on that, so I'm very disappointed in that. As I've stated, I mean, I don't know where everybody lays out on this, but I don't think we should approve or consider the resolution or ordinance And I will say, I emailed you guys late Sunday. I've been working on it for like 3 weeks. And I don't expect a vote tonight on this, but I would like to introduce to the public and for you guys tonight. I don't know if you had time to fully review it. But due to all the transgressions that has happened over the last several weeks with the RISE board, the contract coming out that I have a lot of, concerns with, I would like to propose to the commissioners tonight, County Ordinance 2026-18, an ordinance establishing a temporary development moratorium on data centers within the unincorporated areas of Vermillion County, Indiana, and the Vermillion Rise Megapark. Whereas the Board of Commissioners of Vermillion County serves as a legislative body of the county with the authority to adopt and amend the Unified Development Ordinance, UDO, pursuant to IC Code 36-7-4-600. Whereas Vermillion County is experiencing increased interest regarding the development of high-end density data centers, particularly within proximity of the Vermillion Rise Megapark, and whereas the board recognizes that while such development can offer significant capital investment and economic opportunities, they also present unique and substantial challenges regarding water resource consumption, electrical grid stability, persistent low-frequency noise, and community infrastructure that are not fully addressed by the current UDO. And whereas other Indiana jurisdictions, including White County and Fountain County, have recently enacted similar moratoriums to ensure that their local regulations are sufficiently robust to manage the specific impacts of modern data center technology. And whereas the board has received significant testimony and correspondence from residents expressing legitimate concerns regarding groundwater protection, private well guarantees, and long-term quality of life for Vermillion County citizens. And whereas it is the intent of the board not to prohibit economic development, but rather to ensure that such development is conducted responsibly, proactively, and the right way, to protect the interest of the residents first and foremost. And whereas the board finds a temporary pause is necessary to allow for a collaborative and comprehensive review with the Vermillion County Area Plan Commission to draft an ordinance that establishes objective, technical, sound, and enforceable standards for data center siting and operation. Now therefore, be it ordained by the Board of Commissioners of Vermillion County, Indiana, Section 1, Establishment of a Moratorium. A moratorium is hereby established on the acceptance, processing, approval of all applicants for improvement location permits, rezoning requests, variances, or special exceptions related to the development, construction, or operation of data centers as defined below, within unincorporated Vermillion County, Indiana, as well as the Vermillion Rise Megapark. Section 2, definition. For the purpose of this ordinance, data center shall refer to any facility primarily used for the storage, management, processing, and transmission of digital data, including hyperscale facilities, server farms, cryptocurrency mining operations, and artificial intelligence training centers, regardless of whether housed in permanent or modular units. Section 3, duration. This moratorium shall remain in effect for a period of 1 year from the date of adoption or until such time as the Board of Commissioners adopts a comprehensive amendment to the Unified Development Ordinance addressing data center development standards, whichever occurs first. Let's see, Section 4, Directive to Area Plan Commission. During this moratorium period, the Board of Commissioners directs the Area Plan Commission to work alongside the board and independent technical advisors to research and draft a data center ordinance. This work shall prioritize groundwater protection and enforceable private well guarantees, stringent noise standards addressing both DBA and low-frequency DBC hums, substantial residential setbacks and visual screening requirements, light pollution protections, environmental protections. Any potential developer must be public and engage the community. Guarantees to ensure developers, not taxpayers, fund necessary utility upgrades. Decommissioning plans backed by financial bonds. Cooling system disclosure and water consumption limits. Separate regulation of emergency generators and on-site power generation, full build-out disclosure and review, independent technical review paid for by the developer, performance requirements tied to incentives, a clear complaint enforcement reporting system, hazardous material, battery, and fire protection. Severability. Should any portion of this ordinance be deemed unconstitutional or invalid by any court of competent jurisdiction, the remaining portion shall continue in full force and effect. Effective date. This ordinance should be in full force and effect from and after its passage and publication as prescribed by law adopted this day by the Board of Commissioners of Vermillion County, Indiana. So I introduced that tonight. So, Commissioners, like I said, I know I did email this late Sunday night to you guys, and I apologize for the late email, but it has been something I've been working on for the last 3 weeks. And although I would love a vote on that tonight, I understand if you guys would like to review that for a week so you can process it and add any amendments or changes. Again, this is an ordinance that I drafted myself, so if you guys want to make changes, look at it, discuss the other resolution or ordinance by the Rise, welcome input and comment from the board.
I would like to refer back to our council's discussion from earlier. What are our options with the RISE resolution?
The RISE resolution is a request to... Oh, sorry. Okay, so the thing that was put on our agenda, I guess by the RISE, I don't know really who put it there, is an invitation to initiate something to the Area Plan Commission. So if you vote to do that, you would be initiating this proposal, which then it would go to Area Plan. And then Brad, do you want to talk about the timeline that puts you guys on?
Yeah, so as mentioned earlier, the 60-day shot clock starts to tick. We first have a 60-day shot clock to get a public hearing held, and then another 60 days to draft the regulations and have them back to you. That's certainly not enough time. So our advice is to not make a formal recommendation. That's kind of the worst case scenario. If you are going to refer it to the APC outside of a moratorium, we would just ask that you guide the APC to draft those regulations in whatever time it takes us to do that. One thing I wanted to mention, so back in the days of the carbon sequestration, the Area Plan Commission had hired an attorney based out of Fort Wayne. He is kind of the expert on moratoriums and that kind of matter. He showed us case law and gave us guidance suggesting that moratoriums have to start at the APC and then come to the commissioners. So even though, if that's the direction you want to go, sure, for it to be legally defensible, the APC would hold a public hearing on it, send it to the commissioners, and then you can vote on it. So I just want to make sure that that technical bit gets done so you actually have a legally enforceable ordinance if you go that direction.
Sure. Brad, I got a couple of questions for you, if you don't mind. So this ordinance that was drafted for the commissioners, without the commissioners' input on that, if the commissioners did not just hand it off to you, but started the 60-day shot clock, as you referenced it to, and say you guys chopped it up in 90 days or whatever and put all the enforceable things you wanted in it, right? And you send it to us. Say the commissioners want to change it again. Does it go back to the APC?
Not any longer. So you can make amendments to it at the time that it comes back to you.
Sure.
Yeah.
So
It used to bounce back and forth to the Area Plan Commission to hold another public hearing on those changes, but it does not do that any longer.
Okay, so if it came back to us with all your changes, we could amend it and pass it as we see fit?
Yes, you're the final say.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions for Brad?
I can say that anything the Area Plan Commission does will be done transparently. And I say that, hang on. So I know, what I mean by that is that when we were doing work on the UDO, when we were doing work on the carbon sequestration, I answered a lot of phone calls and texts and emails that came to me on all kinds of hours of the day.
Sure.
People asked, where's it at? What's happening? We always gave the updates. We always shared information. That has always been my principle. We did that all the way through the Unified Development Ordinance development process for those 2 years, and we would continue to do it that way. Sometimes early drafts are really rough and ugly and not something you want to share with the public, but my policy has always been you share it no matter what, and we will always do that.
Sure. All right. Commissioners, what's your thoughts? I think Vaughn made a good point earlier tonight. I think this is a issue that needs to be dealt with sooner than later. I mean, we do not want the state of Indiana coming in like they did a few years ago and trying to take local control away from communities, you know, whether that was solar, wind. Basically, it's all zoning is what they want to do. They want to become a state that prioritizes state zoning over local. So regardless of this, my opinion is that we don't, you know, vote on this document that's been sent to us, because the commissioners, essentially, if you do send it on or we send it on, we're saying this is our document, and there is no way that I am putting my name on this document that's before me today. I think it would be prudent of the board if we believe that we do need some, you know, regulations in place, and someone had mentioned the resolution earlier. I still believe that all industrial development should be at the rise. But I think that comes with guardrails and that comes with protections. So if anything, I think we direct the APC to start drafting and working on a ordinance that addresses data centers. I think the commissioners can send some framework, as Brad suggested, to work on that. I mean, if we want to send them the RISE document, I guess they're welcome to have it. But if we do that, I would also recommend sending, you know, the recommended document that Nolan provided us. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff in here as well. You know, I've compiled a lot of notes. I'm sure you guys have as well, but that would be my recommendation. I'm open to you guys on suggestions.
Should I make that recommendation to you? I was giving him a hard time. I said I made the recommendation to send Nolan Mayhills and the ordinances of the RISE together to our own personal attorney and have them look at it and develop something for us and send it. That's what I said. So.
Ready?
Thank you.
Yeah, you're on.
If I could offer one other suggestion, is that if we are asked to, if the Area Plan Commission is asked to draft those regulations, I personally would like to have one of the commissioners be invited to those committee meetings if we have, assuming we're going to have a committee to do that. And then I would also like the commissioners to appoint persons from this audience to be a part of that process too, just so that information about discussions are getting fully out into the public.
Brad, I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
I was in a meeting in Terre Haute, you know, where the Vigo County Commissioners and Council put together an oversight committee for their school. I guess it wouldn't necessarily be called an oversight, you're just talking a committee to build the ordinance, but I would go a step farther and say one board of commissioner, you know, one member of the county council, they're elected, they're a part of this, you know, one member from the public, and then the crowd may not like this, but a member of the RISE board as well. You know, I think, you know, if something does go out there, they should have somebody in those discussions with that as well. So I'm open to that too, if the commissioners are open to that.
We would definitely welcome more participation.
Sure. All right.
So. No. No.
It's only if they follow the process to initiate a proposal. If they do that, then that starts the shot clock. If they just make a general statement, hey, would the APC start looking into this, then there's not a timer.
It cannot be voted on tonight. It has to be initiated from APC to us. Just, we got to make sure things are done legally and in the correct steps so that they're enforceable later on if we need to.
So the first, yeah, I don't know.
You're on.
Okay. So what Brad's telling us tonight is that the moratoriums are non-enforceable if the commissioners initiate those first. So essentially, like what Brad's saying is if the commissioners want a moratorium, we need to direct the APC to do that, draft us one, and get that to the commissioners. So what Brad's doing is, you know, the liaison for the APC tonight is asking for guidance from the commissioners. You know, he's asking, what do you want to do and how do you want to do it? And the commissioners up here tonight, I would like to decide on what we do going forward.
At our last APC meeting, we blocked out the 15th of September as a night possibly for a special meeting if necessary to have this, you know, continue this discussion, whether that's a moratorium or whatever needed to be done. Just
What date was that, Brad?
the 15th of September.
The same day as our.
Executive session.
Our executive session.
Your meeting's at 6 o'clock? Well, I guess proposed date, I guess.
We just polled the members of the APC and asked what nights might work if we
That would
have
work.
to add a special meeting. So we have a meeting on the 10th, and we also have a tentative date
the
scheduled
15th?
for the 15th,
Okay,
if that helps.
all right, thank you. Just give me 1 second, Vaughn, because I got a couple of their hands up. So let me just check with the Board of Commissioners. Do you want to entertain any questions at the time, or do you guys want to work through this path forward on the data center ordinance before I entertain any questions?
What are we gonna do with the data center ordinance?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Do you want to debate that first before any?
I don't. Whereas, that's not my words in that ordinance, so, I mean.
No, I agree with that. But I think, as, you know, Brad said, I think the commissioners, I think we have to set some, you know, some vision going forward, what we're gonna do. Are we gonna instruct the APC to draft an ordinance? And if we are we gonna do as Brad suggested and put together a list of volunteers to serve on this committee, one from the commissioners, one from the council, one from the RISE, one from the public? Do we entertain the moratorium, or do we say, no, we're just gonna entrust the APC and not give them, you know, a locked date of saying you have to have it done in 30 days? Because again, I think the push for this would be the state legislator could take away all zoning control in the next legislative session. So I think the APC should look at that as, hey, we should work as quickly and as responsibly as possible, even if that means meeting 2-3 days a month to get it done. I mean, I wouldn't rush them on the fact of, we want it done quickly, but we want the state not to take away our control, so.
So do we send it back to the RISE? I mean.
I think you can do as simple as, you know, just take no action on it, and, or as some people say, you know, throw in the trash, or you can take it as long as well as with Nolan's document that Misty suggested, and hand them over to the APC for review and say, here's some documents that have been given to us. Here's the commissioner's thoughts. Get to work on drafting us an ordinance.
The regulation is what's gonna make it all work, so it has to come from APC.
Sure. But I mean, Brad, you're looking for, the APC board would be looking for a direction from the commissioners.
Yeah, from the APC's perspective, we want this particular draft to go away completely. There's really very little, if anything, that's in this that is beneficial to the county.
Sure.
So it's our hope that we can start with a foundation of kind of what's right for the county.
Sure.
If one were to come, this is how it has to be done.
Okay.
So that would be our guidance, is to vote tonight on dismissing this, so it's official. Not just ignore it, but actually take a vote and dismiss the draft, and then instruct the Plan Commission to start working on a draft for the regulation of data centers. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you, Brad. Misty? Are you good with that recommendation?
Dismiss this ordinance and then.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion, we dismiss the RISE board's proposal, or proposed ordinance.
Okay.
I don't have that ordinance number on hand, but.
It is County Ordinance 2026-17, and the resolution would be County Resolution number 2026-10, so dismissing both of them. All right, I have a motion by Mr. Peebles to dismiss the RISE documents as presented to us tonight, Resolution number 2026-10 and Ordinance number 2026-17. Do I have a second?
I'm going to second it.
Who, me? Or are you going to?
I'm going to.
I'll second the motion.
Second it.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Aye. Motion carries. And then, Brad, you wanted an instruction just from the commissioners stating to start working on a data center ordinance. Okay? Commissioners, by agreement, do you agree to that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. by agreement, the commissioners instruct the APC to start working on a data center ordinance.
Do I need to make a motion?
So do we have to give you guidelines, is that correct, Brad?
Sure. So just, I mean.
You're just giving them general instruction, you're not initiating, hey, do
Sure.
this, you're saying just start working.
Sure. So Brad, if we were open to the idea of some public participation and the RISE and the commissioners and council, you'd like that in an email as well to you and Penny? Sure, yeah. So on that, how many members from your APC would be working on that committee for a draft, so I can just know numbers?
We just cannot have a quorum, so if we're gonna meet offline, outside of the meetings.
3 members?
Yeah.
So it'd be 3 APC members. All right, so we've done 3 APC members, 1 commissioner, 1 council, 1 RISE, and then 1 from the public. That would be 7?
Yeah.
That's good with
And
you?
honestly, we're fine with 3 from the public if you want that to be the way.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioners, are you good with the 3 APC, 1 commissioner, 1 council, 1 RISE, and 1 from the public?
You said 1 from the public?
Yeah. I mean, you can go more. I mean, that's just one's good. Okay. And then why we've established that, does a commissioner wish to serve on that committee?
I do.
All right. Bill, Misty, are you good? Are you good?
I'd have
You're good with Bill?
Bill can do it.
Okay. We will appoint by agreement, Commissioner Peoples to represent the Board of Commissioners on this 7-member committee. And then public, we want to appoint someone from the public tonight? Or do you want to think about it?
Can you have volunteers?
Is there anybody in the public tonight that would like to serve on this committee for? Nolan, is that a yes with a hand up? All right. All right. Commissioners, any objections to Nolan serving on this committee?
Nope.
Nope. Commissioners are in agreement, Nolan will serve on this committee as well. Nolan, make sure you send us your email so we can put you on contact. All righty, let's see, back to the agenda. All right, looks like we've made it through to adjournment. Is there any comments from the Board of Commissioners before we adjourn? Bill, anything?
No.
Nope, Misty, anything? They can, because that's a quorum, but if for some reason, if there was another resignation, I think the Board of Commissioners would move quickly due to payroll of a few employees and, just everyday staff, that we'd move quickly to get members reappointed. I do have a couple comments I want. Oh, go ahead, you're good.
I'm sorry, who did we say? We said 3 APC.
3 APC members, 1 commissioner, which will be represented by Commissioner Peebles.
Yep.
1 county council.
Yep.
1 RISE board member.
Yep.
1 public, so 7 total members, and no one is representing the public.
For the RISE board member, I'm just thinking out loud about, we only have technically 3 people.
Well, I think, the APC is not gonna meet for a little while, so it's gonna be on us to get that board appointed, and then we'll go from that.
Yeah. I think the commissioner's opinion tonight, and correct me if I'm wrong, is to just instruct the APC to work on an ordinance due to the fact that, even if we did go with the moratorium, even though I support that for a year, the legislative session could take away our zoning, in January or February. So I think even if the moratorium was in place, we would still want to move quickly on developing an ordinance on whatever that works.
House Bill 1333 died in committee. So the House passed it, the Senate wouldn't take it up until November.
Sure.
That's the reason they didn't, because if they pass that bill, it's gonna pass any area planning commission.
Yeah. So,
But big data, with their money, increase the wheels between now and November. That's my biggest concern. That we're gonna wake up one day and find out that bill passed. Nothing any of us can do to stop it.
sure. Eleanor?
don't think we can do that. I don't
Yeah,
think we can.
I think the APC, as long as Joe Ellis continues to serve on the APC and BZA, I mean, Brad could attest to this, I think that board would appoint their 3 members of who wants to serve on this committee, correct? So that'll be at the determination of the APC board and their chair.
And no one's gonna be on it.
What's that? Well, I think as the commissioners have stated tonight, we've had a lot of revelations and information brought to us, and I think that's got to be I think that's going to be discussed at a later date with the board, and we'd encourage the public, if you have any emails, pictures of things on social media where board members, not just the RISE, but any board in the county that may be acting unbecoming, please inform the commissioners and let us know. Yes?
I just want to clarify, can you tell me who exactly the 3 board members are for the RISE board?
The 3 current board members are Adam Winland, J.P. Ream, and Joe Ellis are the 3 current sitting board members. Eddie Thompson resigned, and that seat has not been filled, and Willie Wires resigned last week. There's no other, one more, Teresa? Sure. I think as we talked with Brad here, the commissioners are going to send an email with our direction from the Board of Commissioners on what we kind of expect for some guidance on that. The moratorium, as I stated to the person in the back, you know, the legislative agendas for the state of Indiana is to take away local zoning control from APCs. So we want to get an ordinance in place as quickly as possible, and that ordinance may be super restrictive, you know, whatever it reads, but a moratorium just to pass one and not do anything doesn't do the county any just. So we want to make sure we do an ordinance development. Yes? Sure. Sure, yeah, so, so the goal of some commissioners, we've talked about this, making a trip to Texas or Virginia. Virginia is the capital in the United States. It has the most data centers in any state. It's just getting the schedules and getting out there, because we don't want to see one that's getting built. We want to see one that's been in operation for 10 years, 5 years. Sure. Yeah. Okay, well, thank you. Yeah. For sure. Well, and it might be something of this new committee of the APC, right? Maybe those 7 take a trip somewhere. But I will say, before we get a motion to adjourn, I had a couple things I wanted to comment on. The commissioners would like to thank Terry Carrera and the whole courthouse staff for setting this up for the community. This was a great setup. They spent a lot of time and effort on this. The auditor's office worked hand in hand, so I want to make sure we thank them. I made a statement earlier about the railroad that I was corrected in an email during the meeting, and I want to correct that the Army took the railroad out prior to that board in 2012, 2011. So I will admit when I'm wrong, so the board did not do that. That was the Army. And lastly, I know Jonathan spoke on this, but RJL does not represent Vantage in any way, shape, or form. I'm not sure where that information came from, but if you have that, please provide it to RJL or us. We'd be interested in seeing that. But RJL does represent us in economic development, and they have been working tirelessly in meetings with the Duke Energy Project, with multiple projects, local businesses. And I think I speak for the board when saying that we're pretty happy with RJL Solutions in helping us move Vermillion County forward.
Yeah, Jonathan asked me if he wanted me to give him an update, and I said I think it would be fine tonight. It's on?
Yeah, it's on.
Can you hear me? Jonathan asked earlier to if we needed him to give an update, and I said not tonight. So we'll do that later.
Yeah, so next meeting or the meeting after, we'll have Jonathan do that. But like I said, there's a lot of things going on in Vermillion County, and we are open for business, but we want it to be the right business and be done the responsible way. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting.
I will make a motion to adjourn.
Motion by Mr. Peebles.
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Hess. Any further discussion? No? Aye? All in favor? Aye. Meeting adjourned.